Yo, Aryan. Aryan does art. What's up, dude? Happy, I guess it's Thursday morning, or I guess it's probably Friday where you're at, huh? I think India is ahead of us by what, at least like 12 hours? Or are they ahead? So it's either, no, I guess it's Saturday where you live. So very cool. All right. Thanks for being the first one to jump in. What's going on? Yeah, Saturday. All right. Aryan has no school today. Are you in summer right now? Let me make sure that I can see all the chats. I see Omizu this time. Okay. Seems like YouTube has decided not to block Omizu's messages today. And what are we going to talk about before we get started? Before we get started, I've got an entire series in mind right now, plus a painting that we're going to start. So there's a hint as to what these pieces are going to be. You know, if I'm able to make 3 pieces in a series plus a painting, you could guess what that series is going to be. It's pretty. 5 minutes until it's Friday. All right, dude, it's midnight. Aryan. All right, cool. So Aryan is tuning in. Thank you, YouTube. All right, so I want to talk about, before we get started, I do want to share this one book. And I consider it a crash course on a contemporary art. Now, obviously, all art has some form of opinion attached. So, that said, anything that is said is subjective. I know I shouldn't have to say that, but sometimes I do want it to be a reminder that I do want it to be a reminder. But here's the book I want to talk about. It's a great, great book. What are you? And I do it from Audible. What are you? So here's the book I'm recommending for the day. My book recommendation of the day before we start painting is What Are You Looking At? The Surprising, Shocking, and Sometimes Strange Story of 150 Years of Modern Art. This book is by Will Gompertz, narrated by Matthew Watterson. I believe Will Gompertz is was a former director of Tate Modern, which, it's very helpful to have like a reputable source. And of course, Tate Modern, right? These are coming from the opinions of the Golden Halls, the Ivory Towers, the elite of the elite. So I do want to share that that is where a lot of this idea is coming from. So it doesn't necessarily speak to all artists, especially if you're emerging, if you're just starting and all of that seems out of reach for you, or maybe you're not even really an artist or painter and you just want to get like a crash course on art history. Omizu says taint modern. Very good. All right, cool. So anyway, this is ideas, theories, thoughts coming from the elite of the elite. And if you think of the elite, the British are probably consider them the most elite modern society that has ever existed. I mean, they've dominated the entire world since like the most whatever. I don't want to get into that. But the Brits, right? They believe in their thrivingness. And Tate Modern, amazing museum. I've been there, one of my favorite museums, of course. So, at least there's a lot of credibility in this story, as opposed to, just some guy fresh out of college went to get a PhD and then suddenly they're writing something. Not saying that that's like that's not reputable, but I think it's interesting to hear from the museum perspective, because I feel like people at the highest echelons of museums are very reserved about what they say, because what they say can potentially have it's like very risky. Oh, their career's on the line, right? So if they say the wrong thing and make the wrong people upset, then they could have an impact on their career, right? But this person, Will Gompertz, was able to go from a career at the highest levels of the halls and ivory towers of modern art to put his neck on the line and share a stories about 150 years of modern art. And what I think is great about it is he has a very interesting way of telling stories, a very interesting way of talking about it. I have this other book that was recommended to me by hey Bird. So I have this other book that was recommended to me by a fellow streamer. I want to remove these stickers. Remove the sticker. Guess I can't remove the sticker, huh? All right. So well, anyway, they're getting a fun little free promo here. Let's see. Let's just rip it. Let's rip. Make this art, right? The rippage is art. There you go. Good old textbook brokers. All right. Anyway, I'm not gonna rip it too much, but so let's think of two. Let's compare different books, right? So this is like a textbook. I'm sure somebody in a college probably used this book, but I was recommended to it by none other than Omizu Paints. Thought it'd be interesting to look through. And of course, any textbook is going to be filled with lots and lots of text. So there's this type of theory. So this type of theory, and there's probably lots and lots of great info. I've only gotten to chapter 2, but the difference between, you might think like art history, it could be kind of boring, but because I think art history, as far as I've really experienced, is like it's a bunch of name dropping, right? Like, oh, Jackson Pollock did this, and here's the theory, and you know, Georgia O'Keeffe did this, and here's her controversy, and Pete Mondrian went through this as a child, and as he got older, he succeeded. So, say that that's pretty much like, and if you're just reading about it, it could be very exhausting. But having someone like Will Gompertz tell the story and really come to it from like an art curator, his job is to like sell the museum, right? His job is to sell the art that's in a museum. Maybe not like actually sell the art like an art dealer, but like sell the art as in this is why this is a significant piece, and to that's his job, and that was his job, I assume, as a director. And he does a great job of telling the stories, getting you like engaged and interested in the story of modern art. Whereas I think if you get it from like a professor or like a college textbook, then it could be very matter of fact, like, oh well, this artist did this, and this was the theory, and this was so. Again, different perspectives. It's nice to hear different perspectives, and I'm sure both perspectives are very valuable. But I highly recommend this book, and I think you have to get both. I love the audio narration of this, very professional, of course. But on top of that, the only thing that you're missing is the actual visuals of the artwork itself. So you get the audible to read and listen, but you have to make the extra effort yourself to like actually go look at the art, look at the artists, and ultimately, I think this is a really great crash course intro into modern art. Whereas, I got this book, I got through chapter 2. It's really interesting. You really have to do the extra study and like search for other artists and like look through the names. But I really like that it has interviews and all these things. So, great recommendation. I like reading interviews, or not necessarily reading, but like hearing interviews. So we'll see how this book goes. With that, great recommendation. Yes. So Amizu says you were thinking of doing some vids of reading. Hey, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's a great idea. There you go. So anyway, that's the book that what I love about just getting all these like summaries and everything about different artists is it's just like it's a brainstorming session, it feels like. It's just like, well, this artist did this and this artist did that, and here's the theory around that. And like if it's packaged in a nice and compelling way, if you're an artist, it just like all of it just flows in, and you're just like inundated with like ideas and all these things. So really enjoyed the book. Will Gompertz. He has 2, but I'll only talk about that. The other one is See What You're Missing, I think. What are you looking at and see what you're missing? But let's get started. So I have this series that I want to do today. This series is going to be an abstract series. Let's see. Got an abstract series we're working on today. It's going to be an abstract series. Before we get started on our main painting, I feel like the main reason why I don't do abstract work is simply because like I can make them so quickly. And it's just like one of those things, I could pump out abstract after abstract when when the time demands for it. Every once in a while I get just like a abstract mood, but for now, let's see, am I blocking the camera? Oh, ooh, I think this is a little bit too. I don't like the angle of it, so I move this around every day. Let's get a little set up here. It's great because we've got wheels, so I just want to turn it a little bit. How's that? I'll turn it a little bit. All right, let's lock this in place. 4 little clicks. 1. This is a meet and easel. 2. Click number 3 that I can do with my foot. Click number 4, easy, do it with my foot. Didn't even have to bend down. All right, and get this situated. It's very inspiring reading. Which book are you talking about? Are you talking about this one? The Theories and Documents of Contemporary Art. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about some of the material that is going to be in here. My only disappointment with this book so far is that it's a textbook, and with every name that I see, like look at this. So every name that I see, I actually have to pick up my phone and like research that artist. But can you imagine studying art before the internet, like before Google and like all that? I'd actually have to look up the name, go into a library, and look for every single artist's book, or like try to find where they were in a museum, right? Like how hard is that? That is so difficult. And then even before back then, I mean, you probably had to like travel from Amsterdam to Belgium on a train, and I'm talking about like impressionists, the 1800s. You had to go from like Amsterdam to Belgium on a train and find out the museum and like all those things. I just find it so amazing that you could just study so much art just from home. Although I think it's much better in a museum. But look at this, like, so the only issue I have with this book that makes it really difficult is there's no pictures. So it's like, I go to this chapter, and I'm like, let's see, where's that? Is there? It's like a chapter. It's just like name dropping, never-ending name dropping, and I get the theory about them, but then I have to like go, like Frankenthaler, Lee Krasner, Grace Hardigan, Joan Mitchell, born and trained in Chicago. Now I have to look up all those artists. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, I guess I kind of am complaining. I gotta do some work, really. How ridiculous! I actually have to work and research. All right, why can't it all just be handed to me? Why can't everything just be handed to me on a silver platter? That would be wonderful. Just kidding. I mean, it's kind of serious, but just kidding too. All right, so here we go. We're gonna start these paintings now. Some of you might be shocked at the simplicity of the paintings that I'm about to make, but these paintings. Yeah, those are some big names. Yeah, I know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in that book. I'm not saying them like, oh, who are they, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, I imagine all the names in this book are very well-known people, much, hundreds of thousands of times more successful than I. But I did want to, but, like, it's not like I know all of them, though. I don't know everybody. I don't know everybody in the modern art world, okay, people? Like, I don't know everybody. I am not friends with everybody in the modern art world. I only know the people I know. Maybe that was my biggest failure. Is that a failure? It's a networking failure. All right, let's get started on the series. So this series is going to be a pretty chill one. There we go. I'm gonna bring this down a little so I have an easier time later. That's the problem with working with a canvas that fits 72 inches, or 84, which is about 7 feet. I can't reach 7 feet. So I'll probably have to use a stool if I decide to paint my largest paintings. But once we get there, we'll figure things out. So let's actually paint. So this is a 22 by 28 inch canvas. Let's pop open some of our art supplies. Let's pop open art supplies. It may seem daunting when you're just getting started. Right, yeah. It may seem daunting. That's why I never got into sports though, is I feel like watching sports, I wouldn't say never, but I feel like sports is similar to art in a sense that, in sports it's like Stephen Curry, LeBron James, Djokovic, and then you just have to know all these names of people. And you watch it long enough, then you'll start to understand the people, but or know the people. But it almost feels like that in art, unless you got to be really interested in the activity for you to really dive deep enough in order for it to really resonate. So what are we doing today? We're gonna make our abstract pieces. So let's start with red. We're just going to dump a huge chunk of red here. Because I don't know how much red I'm going to use. Sometimes I use a little too little. All right, let's see. Oh, my paintbrushes are all down here because I was planning to do some plein air, but I chickened out. I was planning to do some plein air the other day, but I chickened out because I went to a couple places and there was I went to a park and there was animal poop everywhere. And then I went to another place and there was went to another spot and it wasn't very walkable, or it was very walkable actually, but I just couldn't quite get my didn't feel quite wanting to walk around and I have to travel with my easel across the park, so I chickened out a little bit on the plein air. But I did find some good spots that I, plan to one day paint that. If I wasn't being honest, I would say, oh yeah, I was scouting for places. I was scouting. I didn't chicken out, I was scouting. Okay. All right, let's start with some painting, huh? So here's how we're gonna start. We're gonna grab a big brush. We're gonna grab a ton of red. Let's grab a huge chunk of red right now. Here's a nice big chunk of red. We're gonna dip it in our mineral spirit. Let's just lay it out. Let's kind of lay this out. Now, if I was in a gallery, I would submit this piece or these pieces, or if I had a gallery that just wanted some pieces for a show with a message, I would actually, these would be part of the submission, and I would call this series something, I'm still brainstorming. How do I brainstorm this series? I was thinking something about like using the imagination. What's up, Joshua? How you doing? Things good? Gonna scout out locations before I throw myself in. That's true, yeah. Ooh. That wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, you been all right, Josh? So I'm making a series right now. It's going to be a 3 painting series. I know I'm going to do another painting right after. But this series is an abstract series. And this series is about creativity. It's one step above a black painting, a black square. No, it's somewhere in between a black square and just a totally blank canvas. That's how I would define this piece. And this is, if I was to be the most shallow, least thought out title for this series, it'd be called Use Your Imagination. And it would just be called Use Your Imagination. That's it. But if I wanted to get deeper and try to like capture people's attention with some striking message that felt profound and like meaningful, I would probably go with like essence. There we go. That would be the title of this series, would be Essences. All about just looking at a canvas, because here's what this series is about. Is this series right now is really just about Alexa off, is really just about the foundation of every painting, which is an underpainting, or most paintings, right? Most paintings, the foundation is the underpainting, and that's what this series specifically is about, is just that underpainting. Now I do have to leave here in a few moments to go get my laundry. I'm gonna leave the stream on. But just want to let y'all know that I'm gonna step away for a minute. Y'all don't need to see this that much. I'm just painting down. It's not that exciting. Could be, but we're just painting and just. But I really love the idea that I just have these blank underpainted canvases, and sadly, the truth is I probably won't do a gallery show with this, but it's an idea that I could quickly execute for another day. But that's what we do it live. YouTube is my art gallery. I think YouTube has provided this opportunity, and even Amazon Live or any live streaming platform, where you really don't need to. I still think the gallery game is important, because the gallery game does help to establish certain ideas for the masses, right? Like, earlier I was talking about like the golden halls, and I was satirically speaking of the ivory towers of the galleries and everything. And although it's kind of in a negative sense, it's like the institutions are necessary. I think the institutions are necessary. And more importantly, I think today you can build your own institutions. Mine is the Gallery of YouTube. But here we go. So let's just add a little bit more here. Just gotta add a little bit more of this paint. Gallery of YouTube, and here we go. So this is the painting, right? The foundation of every painting you ever do, or not every, it all depends on your style, right? But traditionally, it's always an underpainting. And this is it. So this is part 1 of Use Your Imagination. This is the part 1 of our painting series, Use Your Imagination. Because this allows the viewer to look at this painting canvas. The viewer, whether artist or not, can simply look at this painting canvas and, you know, whatever they dream of is what could go on here. That's it, right? That's it. That is the essence of this painting. Essence of this painting, and now we're going to paint the other side here. Get onto the side. I'm getting paint on myself, which is totally normal. But yeah, so we're done, almost done with this piece, and we're going to start our next one in just a few moments. I don't know. Is this too abstract for people? Is the idea abstract enough? I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe I do put this in the gallery one day. But yeah, use your imagination, right? What do y'all see? I'll let while I go get my laundry done. Leave that patch of canvas. Too late. Maybe the next one. You ever understood why painters put the canvas behind the lip there? Behind this lip? What do you mean? This lip right here? I put it behind the lip because, see, no, amazing. There's tons of patches actually. It's a patch down there, patch down here, patch over here. So we'll leave those patches. Courtesy of Omizu Paints. We'll leave the patches that we still have. Courtesy of Omizu Paints. In collaboration with Omizu Paints. You know, at times I feel like I'm like Omizu's assistant. Like, hey, Omizu, yeah, do that. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, okay. Yes. So clean up my brush now to prepare it for our next color. So the only thing that's missing from this painting becoming a masterpiece is to have a really successful and well-known art influencer say that this is a masterpiece of an idea. Put the canvas on the lip, bring top down a bit, tighten it. Honestly, like, I don't know, it's just gonna, this is like rounded. I don't know if you can see, but it's rounded. So if I put it there, it's just gonna slip. All right, so let's wait a minute, take a hand towel and rub everything off lightly. Oh, that actually might be, I don't know. Let's actually try that. I'm not gonna use a towel though. I like that idea. Just the light. I love this idea. It's the lightly stained canvas. Let's just see. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna rub it. I'm just gonna go in circles here. Just nice little gestural. There we go. Throw a little bit of side Twombly action in here. A little bit of side Twombly. Look at all that red paint that's going to waste now. A little bit of side Twombly action. Throw a little bit of side Twombly in here. All right, does it look like anything? You probably can't see it at this angle. I mean, that's fine. Cloth, towel, I get the idea. It's not like you have a different name for it, like underground or the cart or whatever, the auto. I don't know. Anyways, I'll be right back. I have loads of laundry that I got to do. So we'll be right back for the next part of this series. Cat, I'm streaming, just reminding you.
Oh, it's still on.
I'll be right back.
Is it done?
Well, one load's done.
Good. Yeah, just dump it on the bed.
Alexa, set timer for 1 hour and 15 minutes.
1 hour and 15 minutes. Starting now.
All right, people, let's do round 2. Let's do part 2 of this painting series. Bogo, Bobo, go. Put this in the background. What do you do? Bogo, go. What are you trying to get me to do? What's the request? The image you're trying to paint. Do you like applying a layer of paint, then wiping away the image? Oh, there's some ideas. There we go. We're getting all the ideas. All the ideas are here. You know, my challenge right now is finding a space on my canvas that actually has that is actually clean enough that I can apply this paint. Let me see. All right, let's swap this out. All right, we're gonna pop open a new canvas right now. Let's go. So these canvases that I'm using are from Paramount. Premium quality canvas, universal prime, cotton stretched, medium tooth, 4 paintable edges, frameless. Pookie. Psst, psst, psst. Forgot to spray my vinegar solution in our area. I didn't spray it on her. I just sprayed it to the side and she ran. But yeah, so it's a vinegar and citrus solution. I heard that prevents cats from trying to wander around in that area. So I like to keep them away from my paints as much as possible. But anyway, this is a Paramount premium quality canvas here. Let's see, 12 ounce primed, unbleached, 7 ounce, 12 ounce primed weight, 7 ounce unprimed. Very cool. So, you know, there's plenty of prime. Acid-free titanium. So this is not oil primed. The ideal would be oil primed, but you know what? This is the ones that come in a way that is easily accessible. So these are the ones. I mean, I don't always use Paramount. It's just Paramount was the only one that had these 28, 22 by 28 sizes. But pretty good so far, you know? I've only painted on linen, oil prime linen a couple times, and I can't say I could tell too much of the difference. I feel like the texture is just a little bit like, not smoother, but like just, how would you describe it? What would the texture be? I don't know. I can't say I could tell the whole difference. I don't paint on linen, oil prime linen enough to really be able to tell the difference. Is there that much of a difference? Probably. So you can see that this one has the, you know, this little extra backing. Looks pretty solid. It comes with this little extra things to put onto your canvas. All right, let's put this somewhere for a second so I can maneuver, safely maneuver. All right. All right, let me find a good spot to put this and then swap out this one. So here we go. And the beauty is, even if these never get into a show or a gallery or anything, I can just paint over them. It's perfectly ready for a nice paint over it, right? Isn't that's the beauty of painting, is you can always do a paint over. Now, where do I put this? Let's see, let's find some space right here. So I'm gonna need to make space for 3 of these. Same size, yep. Linen is more durable, yes. All right, so linen is more durable, very good to know. So this is same size, 22 by 28. Let's go. I'll say that's one great thing about doing abstract pieces is I always feel like I never feel the pressure to, I never feel like the pressure to not be okay with painting over them. So, let me see, I gotta find my blue here. Oh, it's probably in my backpack. I was gonna paint the other day, but as I mentioned, I chickened out of painting. Painting outside. You could call it that. You call it whatever you want. Did I chicken out, or was I just scouting? Who knows? So we're just going to use Winsor and Newton French Ultramarine Blue. Good old Winsor and Newton. Out of, I've probably had about 10 tubes, 10 large tubes of Winsor and Newton. And only, well, it looks like this one's getting a hole now. So only like, oh wait, this one already had a hole up here. So out of 10 tubes, like 7 of them had holes. Or didn't have holes, they developed holes. I don't know what they do. But, you know, again, like Winsor Newton, great brand for experimental paintings, right? Like just you know, they get holes, so it pressures you to want to use them up, because otherwise the paint's going to dry and kind of get wacky. And, you know, very easily accessible. So Basquiat started doing handmade postcards, graduated bigger canvas. So did he actually make postcards, or did he like size down some of his early paintings? I guess that would be a good way to start. I probably should, maybe I should, no, I was gonna say, oh, maybe I should try that, but I would say I started with some fairly small size, but I didn't design. So I think what made Basquiat so amazing and talented was he's a great designer. Like at the end of the day, I think like his, you know, his technical skill was in, you know, design, item placement, you know, all these important things that designers need to know, you know, like placement of objects and things. I think that's, you know, people might criticize him for his actual, like, how his content looked. Not our people would, but I think he had a very, very, very amazing eye for design. When I say design, I mean, you know, just like the composition, the placement of things, and, you know, ordering things, arranging things in a way that's visually interesting. Now, I wouldn't go to him for like painting classes, but I would definitely, you know, be interested in hearing about his design skills. Started out small, gradually got bigger. That's a cool idea though, designing postcards, because that can actually be pretty pop on if you were to do that for Redbubble. Good idea. But anyway, I'm not going to get distracted and start becoming a postcard designer. Maybe I will, but probably not. I mean, today you can just take any painting that you have and turn it into a postcard. It's not even like, You know, back in the 1980s, he probably had to actually, you know, put in a lot of footwork, get design, find a professional photographer, go to a printing shop, get the idea, pay for the printing. You know, today I could just take a photo of this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take photos of each of the paintings in this series, and turn it into a postcard. Omizu. I think Omizu deserves a small commission if they end up selling like crazy. But yeah, each of these could be a nice little postcard. Just a flat, very somewhere between Rothko slash the guy who did the not Kadinsky, Wazinski, the guy who did the black square. I always forget his name. Alexa, who painted the famous black square painting?
Here's something I found on the web. According to Wikipedia.org, Black Square, also known as the Black Square or Malievich's Black Square, is an iconic painting by Kazimir Malevich.
Kazimir Malevich. Hey, take care, Joshua. So Kazimir Malevich and whoever did, like, there's probably like 100 people that did that did a blank canvas painting as a commentary. But we all need those artists who do these like ridiculous things so that it can never be done again, right? Like no one can ever post a banana, tape a banana to a wall again and be famous for it, right? No one can ever go like, hey, I'm just gonna, you know, charge you $150,000 or $500,000 and just give you a bunch of blank canvases. No one can ever do that again, right? I mean, maybe it works like once, right? Some of these things, they work like one time, and as soon as the artist gets known for it, I don't think anyone can really truly attempt it. You got to be the first. So I'm not saying like, I'm sure hundreds of people, maybe 1,000 artists have you know done something like I'm doing. So I don't think that I'm the first. I'm definitely not the first. I can feel it in my bones that I am not the first to take the idea of just doing the underpainting, a loose underpainting, and calling it and making a series of it. I might be the first person to do it live streamed on YouTube and go fully through my thought process and take live feedback and incorporate that into my painting. I might be the first person to do that. You know, I'm like Lance Armstrong, or is it Lance Armstrong or Neil Armstrong? One of them. Huh? Neil. I'm like Neil Armstrong. Huh? Lance is the bicyclist. There we go. So all this paint that I'm using is from Winsor & Newton. Even my last one was a Winsor & Newton piece. Yo, the Wilbur. The M-Dub. If you don't care about fame, then you're good. Only I care about fame? You sure about that? Are you sure that I only care about fame? Fame, let's get famous people. No, if I cared about fame, if all I cared about was fame, I wouldn't be making art. You know, I wouldn't be making paintings on YouTube, right? I would be doing something outrageous. Like, I don't know, I would be doing something more outrageous. Painting isn't outrageous. I would probably be making like absurd music. Or like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to fame, right? I'm not opposed to it. I'm not saying that I would not want to be. But I am saying that for the sake of art, if that was all I cared about, I don't think I would do. I don't think I would be. I don't think I would be painting if fame was all I cared about. I think I would do something more outrageous, something more viral worthy, right? Like making these paintings, it's not really viral worthy until it becomes viral worthy. Or I would be streaming on TikTok, right? TikTok is so much easier to get attention than on YouTube. So I'm not saying that, like, I think fame as a goal in itself is not, it's kind of lame. Like, I live in LA, and I never realized this until, you know, living out here for long enough, but there's some people whose dream is to work on a reality TV show. Like, you know, that's what I compare myself to when I think of people that just want fame, right? People are just famous just for being on a reality TV show. Like, that's a true desire of fame. Whereas for me, like, I have no desire. I mean, I guess this is kind of like a reality TV show. I don't know, maybe the more I talk about it, the more interested I am in of it. Who knows? But if I got famous for the sake of art and being able to get ideas out there and being able to you know, share compelling story that helps other artists or inspires other artists, I would totally do it. But fame just for the sake of fame isn't like totally that interesting to me. But again, who really knows what's in my subconscious, right? Who really knows what is deep down beneath the surface of what I'm saying? Maybe what I'm saying is a total lie. Maybe I'm lying to the world. Who knows the truth? All right, so we're just gonna plop this down real quick and paint the side. Go down the side here. And there we have it. This is part 2 of our series. And you know what? I'm gonna go into this with a sock. Let's do a sock and just do kind of the painting for the fame and then learn the hard way. There's a price for that fame. So Omizu is famous. Omizu is famous. Here, fame is good and bad. Yeah, fame is good and bad. So we're just gonna go up and down. We're gonna have different ways of doing these paintings. So the other one was circles. This one's gonna be lines up and down with a sock. And my next one's gonna be with my face. Just kidding, it's not. I just don't like having mineral spirits on my skin. I find it very unhealthy. So we left a little patch there. Compliment the Omizu. We're gonna call this Omizu's signature is just a blank space. Anywhere there's a blank space is Omizu's signature because he recommended it. All right, so let's go put this painting somewhere. We're gonna start number 3. Let's open up another canvas here. All right, we're gonna pop open another canvas. Same canvas, just Just a good old Paramount premium quality canvas, universal primed cotton stretched canvas, 12 ounce primed, all that, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. And we're gonna go. One thing is sometimes I feel like they should start putting holes. Like, you know how like some of them they have the like little holes? Maybe they don't put holes for a reason. I don't know. But they should have at least one hole where you could just kind of like stick your finger in. There we go. You know, stick your finger in and just like pop it down as opposed to having to like have to like pierce it. But maybe I'm very uncouth in my unraveling skills. You know, someone more couth would use like, you know, a sharp tool or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm very primitive in my ideas, my methods. So supposedly in Japanese culture, and I've never been to Japan, so I don't actually know how prevalent this is, but supposedly in Japanese culture, slurping your food is highly acceptable. And you know, they say this in like, I've noticed this in a lot of Japanese noodle restaurants, that they'll say like, oh, slurp away, it's polite. And you know, I often wonder, when I go into a Japanese restaurant, like a nice Japanese restaurant, and I do that, if it's, you know, if the Japanese employees working there, and so, you know, usually it's not even like Japanese employees. Some, you know, employees of all, you know, America's a melting pot, so there's employees of all different cultures and backgrounds. But it does make me wonder, speaking of uncouth, I'm not saying it's uncouth, but some people consider uncouth, slurping. But I wonder if, like, you know, it's been washed away in American Japanese restaurants because of American culture, or whether Japanese employees working in those restaurants understand the meaning of a good slurp. Just what evidence, like most young painters, you can't be bothered by the extra work. Oh, you don't slurp sushi. Well, yeah, you don't slurp sushi. All right. I can't be bothered with work. All right, so let me swap this blue one out. Need space. Let me reorganize my paintings here. All right. See ya. All right. Let's go. Let's go one more. This one's gonna be if I want the work to last longer. Actually, for those pre-stretched canvas, just add extra layers of gesso. You know, my paintings may or may not last more than 6 months, so we'll see. We'll see if I ever decide to use the gesso. All right, so we got our blue, and of course, if you've been painting or have done art for more than 2 months, you probably know the color palette that I'm going for, which is primary colors. There you have it. That's my secret. All right, let's find a good yellow here. I don't have any. So I've got a medium French yellow. I don't have a cad yellow. The ultramarine. I need a good standard like cadmium yellow here if I can find one. Let's go. Cadmium yellow, do I? This is deep French yellow. Lemon intense yellow. And this. I have 5 different types of yellow, but none of them are cad yellow. Yes, I will. But I don't even have a cadmium yellow. Look at it. I have 5 types of yellows, but none of them are cadmium. I've got deep French yellow, got deep shell, I've got anise, I've got lemon intense yellow, and I've got medium French yellow. So I don't even know, like, is French yellow, I guess French yellow constitutes as like, I mean, the French are like the original artists, the original modern artists. So maybe I could honor them by just doing a medium French yellow. What does everybody think? Think a lemon yellow? Well, I've got... So let's see. We got either lemon intense yellow or a medium French yellow. Or I might be able to find like a cad yellow in one of my smaller tubes. I have all these small tubes. I should use the small tubes. This one is lemon yellow primary from Lucas. Got to have a cad yellow somewhere. Cad yellow. Cad yellow medium. Alright, you know what? I got a good cad yellow medium. What's up, Dave? Alright, cad yellow medium. We're gonna go with a cad yellow medium here. This is a series 3. Ooh, these series 3. Let me see if I can find a lower series because series 3. They're usually more expensive the higher the number series. So I want to see if I can find like a less. Speaking of which, I need more yellows. Yes. So definitely the Gamblin 1980. We're just gonna go. Well, I mean, there's a huge price difference between Gamblin 1980 and Gamblin, and even what's it called? The Winsor & Newton. Yeah, it's a big price difference. Let's see. Cad Yellow Light. You know, I think we're gonna go to the Cad Yellow Light just to do the extra contrast, because I feel like if I look at this Cad Yellow Medium, there's just this ever so slight hint of red in there. just the ever so slightest hint of red. So I want to do the cad yellow light, just so it shocks people's eyes when they see it. And where can I actually lay this down? I don't have any space for my cad yellow where it won't get muddied by different color. Just this one little corner, is that it? Okay. All right, so we've got a nice, look how much I already used. So that was pretty much a full tube. It's already half gone, more than half gone. I might even need more of it. I don't know yet. We'll see. But this is why abstract artists I don't know. I was gonna say something about abstract artists and like the cost of doing abstract art, something like that. I don't even know if this is the right tube. Is this the right? I guess so. Tube cover? I hope that's the right tube cover. I don't remember what I did with the tube cover. No, I don't. But abstraction, let's go. Trying to get all my paint up. What brand do I use from Michael? Oh, you do have more Winsor Newton than any other paint. You'd really like to try out Williamsburg. Yeah, oh, Williamsburg. You know what I think about Williamsburg is they have some beautiful colors. I got this one set of Williamsburg as a gift, and I will say that their colors are just phenomenal. Let me see if I can find any. Yeah, so I had this one set of Williamsburg, and I think their colors are just very phenomenal. I don't know what happened to it. I had a really light blue. Oh, yeah. So this is actually my favorite blue. It's King's blue, but it's just like beautiful baby sky blue. It's the most subtlest like light blue you could find. It's King's blue, but it's probably my favorite blue. And obviously these tubes are not even 10, are they 12 milliliter or 10 milliliter? I think they are 10 milliliter. I can't tell from the size, but yeah, I got these Williamsburg paints as a gift, and they just have phenomenal colors, I will say. They got some phenomenals. This is Series 3. They got Courbet green. I haven't experimented with this green yet. But maybe I will today. Maybe we will use a Williamsburg painting today. You know, for our next magic trick, I want to grab fresh towels. Kitty, go away. Go, kitty, go. You make enough annoying noises, your kitties will go away. And here's the other problem with yellow. Yellow is such a delicate color that I really can't use my same mineral spirits. So I'm trying to think of how I'm going to make sure that, you know, the yellow doesn't like get too infiltrated, but also improve the spreadability. How do I keep the spreadability while... I may just have to pour mineral spirit directly onto my brush here. So for those of you wondering about the dangers, what's up, Vanessa? How you doing? So for those of you, so we're doing these paintings right now. I have a series right now, and I've decided on a name for the series, Imagine. Imagine. So this is when people talk about the dangers of oil painting, or like, you know, the fumes and everything. This is what they're talking about, really. Oil, you know, you use that for cooking, right? Walnut oil. I don't know if you could use the purified linseed oil for paint, for that people use for painting for cooking. I don't recommend that, but do your research, talk to your doctor, right? But I think you know, other oils, you can use all various oils. Any oil that actually oxidizes, except baby oil. Baby oil doesn't dry or oxidize. But that said, the health issues the health issues with oil paint, I think, really comes down to your mineral spirit. So I think traditionally use turpentine. I've never used turpentine before. But the problem is that if you want to thin your paints, you have to use some form of thinner, or you could use pure oil, which can help to, you know, loosen up your paint. But but that said, like, although it's odorless, it doesn't mean that there's no vapors. So you really want to paint in an environment that air circulates. So it's summertime. I don't have my doors open. I'm not the best example of healthy use of oil paints right now. So don't do as I do. Usually you see me, I have like my door open over there, right? I usually have my door open, but it's summertime and I need the air conditioner on. So, you know, sometimes when I first started painting, I would get like headaches every once in a while, if I'm being honest, when I use a lot of this, and I tend to use a lot of this, but so, you know, there's no odor aromatic content, but it doesn't mean that there's no vapors, right? Vapors, the invisible stuff that comes up, you might not smell it. So, you know, don't stand over it, right? Don't stand over your mineral spirits. I'm just trying to talk about like safety, right? Just know that if you're gonna paint with oils, sometimes if you're gonna get hey Pookie, get down. So she literally jumped on top of my paints, on top of my painting. Fortunately, the one she jumped on top of was dry, but I don't know. Let's see if she's got paint on her. Pookie, come here. Let's see. Come here. Pookie, come here. Come here. Come here, Pookie. Pookie. Come here. Oh. All right. Couldn't catch her, so I don't know. Yeah, don't huff your mineral spirits. Right, exactly. So Misa says just because it's odorless doesn't mean it's not a safety risk, right? So, don't inhale it. Don't inhale it. Don't keep it next to your water. Don't, let it get on your hands. It's just, safe common sense because it's clear. It could easily be mixed with liquids. So just be consider that. All right, so I got to figure out how to get this yellow paint so that it doesn't get so here we go, just getting a nice big chunky yellow. Let's do some, I'm going to pour So I poured my mineral spirit directly on top of it. So hopefully this will give it a nice wet. You know what, no matter what, I couldn't avoid getting, oh, shoot. I lose so much paint that way. Well, no matter what, I couldn't avoid getting some blue on it, but, maybe we'll just have to deal with it. This will be no matter what, I couldn't avoid the blue. I couldn't avoid the blues, so we're just going to have to make this an off yellow color. Maybe it adds a little bit of a darker shade to it, so for the better. Maybe it's symbolic, right? Maybe it's symbolic. How can we, let's put our artistic brains on right now, right? Let's put our thinking brains on right now and make up a reason, make up some BS of why an artist would choose to allow the other colors to be pure, like a justification, right? A little why this one is allowed to be a little bit muddied while the others are not allowed to be muddied. Let's put on our creative brains here to make up a reason why an artist would choose to have imperfect yellow. Pookie, gosh, this freaking cat. All right, I gotta put her in the bedroom because she's active up. Pookie, get over here. Are you gonna stay in there? These are acting up. Come here. Come here, Pookie. Let's see. You want me? Okay, right? Okay. Coming from a guy that paints with enamels and uses a lot of mineral spirits. What were you saying? What was I saying? That is sparking controversy. It's sparking this ire. All right, let's grab more of our yellow here. Yeah, I don't think this is just gonna have to be like I should have started with yellow. Yellow should have been the first color I did, and then blue, and then red. Because now we have like this off yellow that's got all these other colors in it. But whatever, that's fine. Will anybody be able to tell the difference? Getting a pure yellow is really difficult. You have to have a very clean surface. You gotta have perfection. Peat Mondrian. That's probably the purest yellows on a surface that you'll ever see. You're speaking of yourself. Oh, I see. Mizu talking about himself. All right, let's do a little rotation of this. Actually, you know, I should paint on this side. You do one side first. Well, enamels, what? Enamels is acrylic? Is that your code word for acrylic? Because it's a plastic? All right, what's our next shape? What's our next shape here that we're gonna do? We're gonna go. I guess we could do straight up and down. So that's vertical. So we're just gonna do this one horizontal across. This is a nice yellow though. Can't even tell that it's been muddied by some other color. Right? Right? Can't even tell there's blue and red in it. Wait. Oh well. Look at that. Look at that. Right there. Does it wipe off? Yes. Okay, cool. Perfect. We wiped it off. What is going on? Why does this keep scraping on blue? I'd like to do an experiment to see how much friction is needed to make mineral spirits or linseed oil combust. That'd be a fun experiment, right? because they always talk about how linseed oil and all these things are highly flammable. But no one ever says like, well, I guess it's written on a package. It says combusts at like 3,000 degrees or something, or like 150 degrees. All right, so series number 3. Okay, now what to do. I think it's time to get some photos of these. So I'm actually going to get photos to the side, but let's get another canvas set up here. We're going to go with fairly large canvas. My next canvas is going to be for our next magic trick. We're going to do a fairly large canvas. This will be another upgrade for one of the larger paintings that I'm doing. This will be a 30 by 40. So we're going to go with a 30 by 40 canvas. I don't know what brand this is. It's a very minimalist brand. They didn't even put their name on it. Let's go ahead and swap this baby out. I'll lower this easel. Lower this easel a little bit. Let's lower this. Bring this up. Let's go. Let's swap our babies out here. Alright, that's going to be our next painting. Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
You have 21 minutes left on your 1 hour and 15-minute timer.
You know what? I'm just going to take a picture of each painting on this easel here, rather than going all the way around and trying to find space to put it. It's kind of like significant, right? Having a white background. We could probably raise this up a little bit. Let's see. Let's raise it up for now. Put this on a lip because Omizu said so. And let's go like this. The big dog. Big dog. Big doggy dog. All right. So some paint got stuck on the bottom of my mineral spirit. So let's just lay it on here. Let's just put it on here as our first layer of paint. Here. Okay, so this is a series. This is the series of our Imagine series. So you're gonna throw in some flash to get rid of these shadows. I can only get these shadows. I think I'd have to stand like further back. If I can stand back here. Ah, there we go. Get rid of these shadows. Okay, let's switch this one out. Get our next one. Switch this one out for blue. Let's go. Grab our blue. Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
You have 16 minutes left on your 1 hour and 15-minute timer.
Okay, drop this one down. Oh, so much paint. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Put it on top of the lip. I'm gonna put Omizu as the collaborator. The mind behind this painting. So if people don't like the painting, I could blame Omizu, and if people love it, I could just say he was just the collaborator. All right, here we go. The politics of art, right? We're talking about the politics of art. If it's great, I was part of it. If it's not, blame it on somebody else. I have to clean my lens. All right, let's do one more. We're going to go into our red now. Okay, you stay out. Oop. All right, and here we go. Bring this last one up. And let's go. I'll take some photos here. Step back. And there we go. That's our series. All right. So we're going to start another painting here in just a moment. But let me go ahead and organize my paints, my paintings. So our masterpiece, our master series. Watch out, Pookie. Watch out. All right, what we're gonna do? Let's see here. Bring that up, down, left and right, right around, over and over again. Okay. So So let's get back to painting, people. Let's get back to some serious painting. Some serious ideas. Let's get serious. So as you can tell, we got rid of our TV. No more TV there. It's just a bunch of books. I turned my TV shelf into a bookshelf because we no longer have a television. There we go. All right, we fit the whole canvas. So I believe this is 30 by 40 inches. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think 30 by 40. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. This cat is really. Pookie, just don't go onto the paintings, okay? You can stay here. Not go onto the paintings. Okay. Let's paint something for real this time. Okay, let's spray some vinegar into our space. See if this keeps her away from like little vampire. You know, it'd be an interesting movie if cats were like vampires, and you had to fight off this like ward off these like gigantic cat villains, and the secret scent was like to ward them off is like vinegar or orange peels. And one great thing about using vinegar to try to like keep your cats away is it's safe. They just don't like the smell, and it's a good cleaning agent. It's a good cleaning agent, supposedly disinfectant, I think. All right, so back to painting. Let's go. We're gonna do a serious painting now. Let's see. This is how big is this canvas? I don't even know. 30 by 40. I want to say it's 30 by 40. This is, oh no, it's a 28 by 40? No, this is 30, and then 40, I want to say it's 40. Probably say it's 40, I remember. Yeah, 30 by 40. Perfect, all right. Excuse me. You know what, this is going to be a little high. Not very, it's going to be a little high, so. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Okay. Okay. I think you go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else, Pookie. Jeez. Alright, we gotta lower this and pop off some of the locks here so I can move this around to my liking until we get just the right angle and everything. Let's see, this around like this. Move this down. That's good, right? That's good. And then, yeah, so I get the height maybe one notch higher. That's a good height. I can reach both within a little bit higher. One. That's perfect, I think, right? This looks about perfect. There we go. Let's just make sure we can see the whole thing. Okay. You can stay there. Okay, here we go. Let's bring this, rotate this a little. Oh, here we go. It's supposed to be 24, so this is by 30 by 40. Okay, so 30 by 40. Let's go ahead and lock our device in place here. And we're gonna start painting. So what color do we want to use as our main source of color here? Let's just grab a lot of mineral spirit and just start taking some of these colors we already had. We're just gonna grab all the colors that we've had that's been drying up for these past couple days, so I haven't been painting as much. So let's just grab this turquoise green, grab our yellow ochre, and some white. Just start laying this down. No, I do want to lock it in a little bit. So let's push this right up against it. Right up against it. And there we go. Let's grab some more of these colors. I love these colors and how they turn out. Alexa, off. I love how these colors turn out. Yeah, these are some beautiful, beautiful colors. Look at this brushwork. Ha ha ha. Brushwork. Can't comment on anything in an art piece. Just comment on the brushwork. Ooh, I love the brushwork. That's how you make it sound like you know art, you know? If you got nothing to say about somebody's art piece, you say, ooh, I love the brushwork. I should do an art comedy stream. Like, you know, 1 part serious artist, 10 parts making fun of the establishment. You know what? We're gonna need a lot more paint. I don't know how I used so much paint in like 35 seconds, but I did. We're gonna go with some Gamblin. Let's just go with Gamblin Series 1 Raw Umber. This is really dark brown. This will actually be good for the bottom. Get some nice dark. Let's get some nice dark layers settled in. So let's lay down our raw umber. And you know what? I want to use up some of our burnt sienna. Raw umber. And where's our sienna here? Let's look for our sienna. Let's go with our burnt sienna. So this is an Infinity brand burnt sienna. Ground in linseed oil, burnt sienna. So burnt sienna is like a great like red brown. In case anybody's wondering, I just call it like a red brown. Oh, I haven't even opened this yet. So what's great about this brand, this company, whether you're getting gifts for somebody or you're getting it for yourself, I think, you know, they do a great job. I mean, just the packaging alone, right? Beautiful packaging, great gift packaging. Comes in a palette. So, you know, for speaking of from a non-artist perspective, if you don't know what I mean by palette, you know, palette, obviously there's a surface of which you put paint on and you mix your paint on your palette, right? And then there's, I really love how this is looking right now. I really, yeah, it would be awesome to just make like hundreds of paintings like this and just pump them out for some hotel. I would be a machine as an artist. So any hotels, Hilton, La Quinta, Motel 6, if you need some fast abstract art with some interesting colors like this, hit me up. Let's go. Let's make a deal. All right, but anyway, in all seriousness, whether you're buying for yourself or whether you're getting for someone that you know, someone special in your life that you want to get them into painting, or they're already into painting, I mean, this is a great gift. I feel like this is a fairly newer company compared to the Gamblins, compared to the Williamsburgs, compared to the Rembrandt brands, compared to the, you know, all these other brands. I think this company is fairly new. But what's great is that the packaging is absolutely beautiful. It comes in a palette, so as I was explaining earlier, so there's the palette that you mix on, but then there's a palette, like it's actually like the colors, the color choices that come together. So they have a few different collections of colors, which this one is for classical portrait palette. And look at this packaging. So this packaging is actually pretty good for the paint tubes. I think they use a plastic instead of like a foil. Like you know, some of these tubes feel more like metal, like some sort of very thin metallic, like a foil or a thin foil. I'm pretty sure these are plastic. I'm not sure exactly, but what's great is it will keep its color on it. So whatever this is, the print, right? I have these other paints. I love Georgian, I love Daler-Rowney, but they like, it's like they have the color labeled around it, but the color doesn't stay because it's just a little piece of strip of paper that falls off. So now every time I want to go into this and see what color it is, I have to untwist it and look inside. That's really annoying, but whatever. It's good paint, so I live with it, and it's very, it's accessible. But I will say, out of all the paint tubes that I've ever gotten, the only company that actually custom closes and seals every single one is Zen Art Supplies. So, I haven't done the chemical tests of like how pure or impure, or like how whether this paint's going to last you 10, 20, 50, 100 years in a painting. I haven't done those tests, but you know what? I think packaging, branding, it speaks for itself. Thinking of portraits, so whatever you're looking to do, it could potentially work. And you know what? I think it's very helpful to know that every single paint tube that you get is going to be sealed. Because here's the thing: when you buy from the stores, I'm always like, I always wonder like how often people open them at the stores, and like squeeze it out a little just for fun because they're acting a fool or whatever. But these are great. And here's another thing about buying in stores is companies like Gamblin and Utrecht, they actually sell what's called imperfect tubes, which, for whatever reason, they deemed the tube imperfect to send to the stores, so they sell them at a huge discount. If you ever want the greatest hack into buying paints, it's buying imperfect tubes, because they sell them at a huge discount straight from the factory, and it's just hugely discounted. The only thing is, maybe sometimes they put too much oil in it. Maybe the pigment might be a little impure. Maybe, the tubes might have breakages in them. So they sell them imperfectly instead of selling them to stores. So you get them at a huge discount. And you get some really luxury, high series paints. But here's the thing is, if you get them in stores, you could sometimes find tubes that should be imperfect, because somebody's been squeezing them. They've been, the tubes have been opened. You can see the oil leaking out. And those tubes are technically imperfect. They shouldn't be sold as perfect tubes full price at a store. That's just my opinion, but they still do. That's one reason why I'm skeptical when I buy in stores. Once you know about imperfect tubes, but hey, whatever happens, happens. Now let's pop this open, and I actually got to go take a quick breather right now to go get laundry. I'm going to go bring my laundry up. So I'll be right back. I'm actually going to, we're going to leave the live stream on, so everything that is heard and said will be held against me. But we're going to go ahead and go get some laundry. Go pick up our laundry and be right back. You might actually have to move this. We'll see. All right, let's get back to it. Round number 123. This is definitely a bit more of a serious painting. So let's see if we crop this. Crop this image. So I want to get the right image. Edit. I'm going to crop this into a 3:4 image. No, I gotta crop it. We should. So I like the yellow at the bottom. I like the yellows down here. I like the yellows all around. All right, let's pour out our burnt sienna oil paint. That's permanent red. Zinc titanium white. What is zinc titanium? Oh yeah, zinc and then titanium. Just do that oil paint that we're going to use. Here we go. How much paint does this canvas use? Or am I just like, do I just use way too much? I think I just use way too much paint. I'd probably just leave this painted like this. That's the one thing that never ceases to amaze me is every time I upgrade a size, I'm like, whoa, this is so much more paint that I have to use to cover the canvas. And why do I do this? This isn't actually how you make an underpainting, but like part of the reason why I do this is because I love the idea of having like, you know, this abstract painting underneath all of my paintings. It's just like this extra layer of just like surprise, right? It speaks to depth, the depth of painting. You know, you can have the abstract, like what's underneath the surface, what's above the surface. It's all beautiful. It's all beautiful, whether it's beneath the surface or above the surface. Below, beneath, above. It is all beautiful. All beautiful. Do a little crisscross here. A little crisscross. Beneath every painting is a beautiful little abstract piece as well. That's just my, you know, personal vision for some of these paintings. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And you know, it does add an extra layer of like quirk to the final product. I've noticed the more I do these, where I, you know, I do a certain style above and a certain style below. Because these paintings end up, you know, especially when I paint wet, the painting ends up getting onto, you know, the paint underneath ends up affecting the paint above, which should be obvious. That should be obvious to anybody who paints, anybody who, you know, just thinks about it for a second. But I think what's helpful is that it creates an extra layer of like, an extra way that the paint ends up spreading. And I think a more efficient way to do this, I should spray down the surface with my with the mineral spirit. I just don't like the idea of like having mineral spirit particles in the air. Unless, you know, I'm able to do it in a very well ventilated area. But my hands are getting tired. My goodness. Let's see. Let's see how we can speed this up. Maybe if I go grab my mottler brush. I got this mottler brush as a recommendation from somebody. And maybe if I dip it into a lot of mineral spirits here. Bring it down. Yeah, that's not going to work very well. So am I specific about where I'm actually putting these colors? Yes and no, sometimes. But then sometimes I'm thinking, you know, like, oh, hey, this area is probably going to have a little bit more shadow because I'm using my reference, right? As I'm looking at my reference, I'm thinking, okay, this area might have a little bit more shadow. So I'm adding some of the darker colors in this area. But I don't always think like that. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes I just add whatever color. But, you know, this area is going to have some sky, so the blue kind of makes sense. I don't think it's going to affect the painting that much, the way I did it. But, you know, it does come to mind once in a while. I'm not too, like, I don't get too overly stuck or overly, I try not to overthink the first layer here, this underpainting. I like to just let it be more expressive, because you know, how often do you get to just do all this crazy stuff, right? Like here, I'm having fun. I'm just layering down all these paints. I'm painting, right? Painting whatever I want. You don't always get to have this kind of fun when you're painting. I mean, painting should always be fun, right? But sometimes you're working on a project and you're working, and maybe things aren't working out. But this is just like, hey, this is great. I would do this all day. So when I get the red dot funds, will I please buy a 9-volt battery for this? I actually have a 9-volt battery, but I have to change that battery like every month. I don't know if you have any advice on what could be wrong. I don't know if you have any advice for what could be wrong, but that battery, whatever battery I put into that smoke detector, only lasts for like a month. Or less, like 2 to 3 weeks maybe, I would say. Maybe even less than that. And I don't know, I guess you can always just buy a new one, but I wonder if anyone has any thoughts on why a smoke detector might so heavily used. My girlfriend asks me like every night to change it. Just not top of mind, like it's one of those things. It's like there's things that some people think of that other people don't. It's like, no, it's not a big deal. I'll change it tomorrow. You won't even notice. You barely even notice it's there, except Dave notices. Dave knows. Nose goes. This is the fun part, people. Let's grab a little bit more of this color here. Got so many colors. Alright, there we have it. We are done with the underside of this painting here. We are finished. But you know what, Dave? We will take care of it. We will take care of it. Only because you asked, by request of the wonderful Dave, we will be sure to take care of our smoke alarm. You know what? Just because Dave requested it, I'm gonna go do that right now. I'm gonna go stop this live stream just for Dave, so we can take care of this alarm here. Just for Dave. I'm gonna drop my entire life. Just totally drop everything that I'm doing. This painting, my lifestyle, my hopes, my dreams, my desires, my ambitions, all manifested in this painting. I'm going to drop all that just so we can make Dave happy. All right? Let's make Dave happy. Let's go. All right. I got to take off these gloves. Dave, you owe me 5 cents for these gloves, okay? I want to say these gloves are somewhere between 5 and 15 cents each. Since I have to take this off just for you, you owe me about anywhere between 15 cents or more. Now, here's the thing. If this was at a hospital, each of these gloves would probably be charged about $20, all right? So I'm giving you a big discount there, Dave. Riley, we're gonna start painting. Some of these jokes are being said on my YouTube live stream, but we're gonna be painting a landscape with a building. This right now is just an underpainting, like a part of a landscape. I like to just have this big, expressive, crazy underpainting, and I use a lot of mineral spirits to make it dry. But right now, because one of my viewers has requested a adjustment to our live stream to make it more enjoyable for him, we're going to take care of something. I'll be right back in hopefully 5 minutes. If I fall, you'll know. So please save me if I fall. I'm risking life and limb for you, Dave. All right, life and limb. Oh, and hey, one more little shameless plug. Batteries brought to you by Amazon. These batteries are by Amazon Basics Alkaline, perfect for your electronic devices that require 9 volts. Now I can't tell if my now earlier I said that these only last like every 2 weeks or a month. I don't know if it's the 9-volt battery that's just poorly made, or if it's the with not enough juice, or if it's my smoke detector. But I think it's only the one smoke detector that only lasts like 1 month. So I don't know what they're doing or what it's doing. But anyways, just want to give this. Oh, these expire on the 12/20/25. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this up there. Let's do everything we can to please Dave. Alright, the battery has been replaced. There should be no more random beeps, at least for a month, except for my bird. My bird can make the same exact chirps as a PlayStation 5 or a smoke alarm. So if you do hear a bird every once in a while, I can't replace the bird. Cannot replace the bird, but there we go. So all for Dave. Now let's get started. Let's do some painting here. How do I want to tackle this? This is a larger canvas, so I've been upgrading to larger and larger canvases as we've gone on. This is a 30 by 40 canvas, so my previous one I had that huge one that was 3 feet by 4 feet, but that was a fun painting in the sense that I didn't have to fill the whole space and like paint the scene, but now I actually have to paint the scene that makes sense. And whenever you do that, whenever you work with a larger canvas, it actually can be pretty challenging to get used to, going from just doing these little tiny squirts of tubes. You take your little tube, it's like when you paint with when you paint small, you take your little tube and you just like, dude, you just like little you can just barely, you see my fingers twitching, right? Just enough to just put a little dab of paint, right? But as you paint bigger and bigger things, you really have to get a feel for how much paint you actually need to use to fill the space, and it's a lot. Just to cover this whole canvas, I probably used at least one of these tubes. So that's why people are always like, oh, just like only the, I don't know, people are really like stuck on what kind of paints to use. And I say use them all. Super expensive paints, really cheap paints, paints that come from Brooklyn, paints that come from China, paints that come from the UK. Try them all. Find the one that works best for you. You don't always need to just buy the most, because especially if you work with bigger paints, especially if you're not going to see this underlying painting as much. I do it it's probably not like the technically right way. I do it because it's fun. I do it because I do think that there's going to be a slight impact on the top painting, but I really like the top painting, the painting on top of it, to have like a design. So, that said, this is like personal choice. And, it helps to have paints at different price ranges so that, if I'm doing this, and I know that it's going to be totally covered up, and, just some of the underlying colors are going to show, then I don't want to use my most expensive paints for this, right? I want to have like paints that are disposable, that I can use an entire tube and not miss a meal, right? Sometimes I pay for tubes and I'm like, this is going to cost me a couple meals, so the starving artist, right? But anyway, you do have to sacrifice, some of these tubes get really expensive. They cost as much as an entire like night out dinner, right? Not this one specifically. Actually, very few tubes cost more than an entire dinner. But do I even have any tubes that cost an entire dinner? Maybe like a small dinner or a small lunch, right? But that said, you got to think, right? Be economic, all afford the best paints that you can, but also consider what you're doing. If you're just starting out, you don't have to worry about affording the best paints. You just got to be willing to experiment. But also, I think if you're working with good paints, and as you get larger and larger, that's something to consider. That is something to consider. This is about 24 by 36, so 4-inch by, this is 4-inch by 6 inches, so 4 times 2, 6, 12, 24. This is 24 square inches bigger than my previous. So I have to be able to cover this much extra space than my previous painting. Not only does that require more mineral spirits, it requires more paint, bigger brushes. So you're just thinking about future, right? Future of your artwork. Where do you really want it to go? And again, I haven't said this, I'm saying again, but if you do big pieces like this, or bigger, they don't always have to fill the canvas this much. They don't have to. Maybe I'm a bit wasteful. I don't know. I like to call myself expressive rather than wasteful. But And there's better ways to do this. You know, I think if I was to really do this the right way, and like, you know, the economic conscious, financially conscious way, I would spray this down. I don't actually know if that works. I haven't tried that. I just saw it on a video one time. But I would take like a spray of mineral spirits, spray it all around, and then, you know, just layer the paint on a nice wet surface. Because you can already see some thick paint, like right here. This paint probably could have spread quite a few more inches, covered at least, you know, some more inches here. But thick paint's there. I'm more like, hey, that's going to add to the final texture, so that's fine with me. There's definitely a more economical way to do this part of the painting, the underpainting, the prep, this isn't a gesso, but, you know, the priming, you could say, priming, underpainting. Well, it's not prime because I'm not priming it, but I'm preparing it. Anyway, let's start painting and not get too technical here. So I'm trying to think of my colors. I want to focus on this purple, blue, yellow, green. What are some good colors? Let me just start. Definitely going to use my ultramarine blue. Alright, so we're definitely going to start with some ultramarine blue, and this is reaching a point in the tube where I can actually do a little quick demo. This is a great time to do a demo. So this is for one of these tube squeezers here. These tube squeezers are absolutely fantastic. Now, these tube squeezers are actually called toothpaste squeezers, but I will say this, you know, if I'm being totally honest, I would not use these for toothpaste. You know, I know I'm streaming on Amazon. Amazon doesn't like it when you say negative things. But if I'm being totally honest to my viewers, you know, if I'm doing a real truthful review, I will say that this paint company would probably do a better job selling if they stopped advertising these to toothpaste and just sold them as paint tube squeezers. Because it doesn't do well in a shower. I bought 2 of these as a pack, so 2 of these as a pack. And I will say that the one that I was planning to use for toothpaste rusted in 3 days, or less than a week. I had it in the shower, left it in the bathroom, used it one time, and it was rusty. So don't use these for toothpaste. I don't know why the company advertises the toothpaste. Obviously, it helps them sell stuff, but it has lasted. There's no rust on it for paint tubes. So I feel like if they were using it for toothpaste tube squeezers, they should just make it plastic, not metal. I think metal's a little too heavy duty for toothpaste. They should just design it with like a nice little, you know, heavy duty plastic, and just call it a day. But because you need the metal, like I think it helps to have the metal because some of these are made out of like a foil. I don't know exactly. This is definitely not a plastic, but you know, some sort of foil, like a metal, right? Like a metal foil that gets densely packed. Because I think this pierces easier than plastic. But anyway, back to, I'm talking about the design of things, but back to what this is for, right? So you want to flatten out your tube just a little bit. I think that's a secret, because if you don't flatten out your tube, it's going to get like scrunched up and have all these issues. So just, you know, get in comfortable grip. You need these grips. These grips are very helpful. If your tube squeezer doesn't come with a grip, it's probably going to hurt your hand. So hopefully they come with grips. Unless it's designed to be ergonomic already, but you know, these are just very thin metal pieces right here. Definitely need the grips. There's another design for these. I think you actually lay it flat on a table, lay the tube there, and then, you know, you kind of just like roll it over. But I have this one, so this is the one I'm demoing. You gotta decide what works best for you. And here we go. So you can see we're just gonna lay this down and then squeeze it and make it come up. So getting some nice squeezage right there. And I don't have like the strongest grip either. So, you know, I'm applying just enough pressure. I probably apply more pressure than I'm only hanging it upside down because this tube is, you know, flopping. I don't want it to flop. And there we go. Let's get another press. And let's see. So there we go. We got about a third of this tube done. We're able to press it to the top, and then, you know, it kind of stays. pretty much stays like, you know, this density. And you can already see I got a hole in here. I think the other problem with these tube squeezers is they're very rough. So outline tips, please. Patel wants me to outline tips. All right, we will definitely. So first things first, underpainting, right? Just to get, this isn't the actual right way, but you know, I just did a quick fun painting underneath. It's just so you can kind of fill your canvas. Usually you're supposed to do this in a way where it actually looks like your final product so that you can know where everything goes. But for me, this is just really for fun, expression, and you know, general like shadows and highlight areas. But that said, we'll get into that in just a moment. But see, I got some more holes. That's the one risk of using these with particularly Windsor Noon. I always seem to get holes with them, but it's just so weird that like if I'm squeezing, why are they getting these tiny little holes up here? I don't know. It must be like a porous like in the back too. There's little holes. Like it's like it has pores all over. I don't understand it. But you know, that's the one good thing about Windsor Noon is they get holes in them. What's the positive of that? How can I find the positive in things? Well, the positive of that is it makes you want to use up the tube much quicker. So I'm going to lay this out. I'm going to open this up. But thanks for Patel. Thanks for tuning in and asking for tips. So we'll go ahead and I'll share some tips. Just a few moments here. So I want to lay down a blue. And of course, like always, I want to lay down some white. I am notorious for using lots and lots of white. What color is this? This is black. I want to lay down some of our burnt umber here. This is a nice little burnt umber too from the Van Hoch brand. I'm going to lay down some burnt umber. And then we definitely want some more burnt sienna. Let's grab this burnt sienna here. So I'm just laying down these colors on my palette so I don't have to like grab at them later. I don't always do this. Sometimes I might only lay down like one or two colors, but right now I'm just laying down a bunch of them. And let's see, we definitely want to throw in a green. So what kind of green do I want to use? So I'm going to throw down some yellow here in a moment. I want some nice bright yellows. Think of phthalo green. The only thing about phthalo green, I know this is a highly recommended color, phthalo green. It's a very highly recommended color because it's like a blue-green, but I've really never gotten used to using it. This is like a mixing color in a sense that like, I almost feel like I would never see phthalo green. Like, phthalo green is just like such an unnatural color that I would never actually see this. And I don't know, maybe someone has already claimed the science behind this. Maybe that's the use of phthalo green. It's the mixing green. You're supposed to use it to mix either like lighter greens, or you're supposed to use it to mix like lighter blues into green, or like shadow greens. But that's what I think is the diversity of phthalo green. That's just my opinion. But as far as greens are concerned, that's what I would probably use a phthalo green for. Let me see if I have some older paints I can use that cover this color rather than just using my brand new ones. All right, here we go. Let's do a brand that I don't usually talk about. This is a paint brand I don't talk about too often. It's Utrecht. I talk about Van Hoch a lot, but Utrecht. So we're gonna go with our permanent green light. This is Utrecht brand. They're a brand out of Brooklyn. I think they're a newer company, 1949, as opposed to like the 1800s, where a lot of companies came out of. So I haven't really used this paint yet. I use Utrecht, mostly their big tubes. They're a nice green going. We're gonna do 2 grains. I want to use up some of our Van Hoch paint. So let's throw down our Van Hoch green. So it's a little bit of a darker, permanent green light. A little bit darker. I would say the other one was a little closer to our phthalo. We find a nice white here on which to So just going with some. Ooh, look at this. This tube's gonna be ready for a squeeze too. Let's test this out. So I'm gonna get some white out onto the canvas real quick, and let's see if this tube also. Let's see if this tube also has issues. With getting holes in it. All right, so Georgian Delaroni, I do like this brand a lot. It's a very creamy, melt on the canvas color. So the texture, if you're a very like tactile person, someone who like, thrives on like the feeling of things, maybe you're coming from sculpting or something. Georgian oil has a very distinct texture, and I like it because it's just very. It pleases my tactile senses. Some paints, if I fresh out of the tube at least, any other paint could be like manipulated however texture you want, but straight out of the tube, this paint feels great because it just like spreads and it's just ready for spreading. And you just spread it, and it's just like this like slightly thicker than melted butter, just like maybe more like a a really thin, more somewhere between like a Cool Whip and like melted butter, and you just kind of like spread it. It just goes and it glides, and you don't have to like do too much to it. And I really like the Georgian brand because however they design it. And some might say, oh well, there's filler in it. Some might say there's there's better paints or whatever. But I happen to like Georgian a lot. It does the work that I need to. And they made this pack of two 200 milliliter white tubes, which comes in really handy. I will say that the tubes kind of got scrunched up, which is really annoying because now I'm trying to like get the paint out. But we're gonna test our tube painter. I just want to flatten it out just a little bit, and let's see if these tubes get holes in the same way as our. So far, so good though, no holes. But let's see if these tubes get the same holes as our. As our Winsor & Newton. Let's put these tubes to the test. Which company makes the better tubes? As you saw, pretty much every single one of my videos, when I use this on a Winsor & Newton tube, there's like a hole in it. Okay? If you're new, well, you just saw it 20 minutes ago with the blue tube. Let's see if the same thing happens to our Georgian. I don't think so, but you never know. You never know. I'm sure the tube company is probably like the same tube company. Push this a little bit. So you do have to like maneuver a little bit. There we go. Squeeze it a little bit down. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Get it up just a little bit. Not bad, not bad. No hole yet. A little squeezed out at the bottom here. But fortunately that's the very bottom. So maybe no tube's perfect. Is there such thing as a perfect tube? Show me the perfect tube. All right. So, pretty good actually. So it just came out a little bit at this very corner of the bottom here on our Georgian brand. So Delaroni, props to you for making a tube that doesn't, have holes in it when you use a tube squeezer. Maybe we could give it one more squeeze. Let's put it to a test. I don't want to totally destroy this tube by, giving too much pressure on the inside, but let's give it at least like a little bit more. Let's see how much. Okay. So this feels like a good amount. All right, and no holes. So is it possible to make a tube with no holes? Yes, we could see that it is possible. So Winsor & Newton. It's not just the big tubes either. It's like these little tubes too, All right, so we left our white. We got our brown, green. Let me do a good yellow here. I'm going to drop our Lucas yellow. So for yellow, we're going to use our Lucas oils, 1862 Lucas. I think this is a German brand. for our lemon yellow. I might not even need this right now, actually. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need this color just yet. You know what, let's just put it down just in case. You never know. Sometimes I paint faster than I really think than I planned to. You never know. Let's lay this down right here. I don't know too much about the Lucas brand, honestly. I saw it. I think what caught my attention about the Lucas was they made it with like a certain type of oil, I think, that makes it different. But anyway, got our yellow, got our blue, and we've got the whole color wheel right here. Let's go with our blush here. We're gonna use up this blush because there's a hole in it, and I want to use the paint before it goes bad. Oh, I can already feel that. It feels like the paint inside is kind of hardened. That's not good, right? Look at it's squeezing out the side. These are a Newton. Come on now. Here's the thing. I've never been one to like criticize companies. I usually never write bad reviews. But I feel like if I'm doing live streams with their products, I can't, usually I don't review things unless I only have something good to say. But if I'm doing a live, I mean, you just can't get away. It's also Winsor & Newton. I hope Winsor & Newton gets these messages. Like, Winsor & Newton, are you watching? Please, make better tubes or get a better tube company. Okay. Winsor & Newton. Yeah, so when I review stuff on Amazon, if I write a review or if I make a video review of a product, I will only ever say good things about them. But, if I'm trying to demo something and this is what happens, I don't know what to say. I can only cover up so much. So let's grab this. We're actually going to squeeze the tube out from the side here. Let's just lay this out. Look how big that hole is. That is a big hole. I swear it did not have that hole when I first got it. And the other crazy thing is I didn't even like, I didn't even use a tube squeezer on this yet, a tube key. So let me even try to, let me get this tube key, squeeze a bit more out of this. I might as well, right? Might as well get this extra bit of paint out before it goes bad. I will say that the top layer of oil does dry faster, which is good. I really should just be painting, keep this on my palette and just paint from here. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's an idea. All right, we've been procrastinating on actual painting, so let's actually get into painting before it's too late. I'm gonna play with this really low. Omizu can't stand amateur reviews. What do you mean by that, Omizu? Are you talking about me, or are you just what's an amateur reviewer? So here we go. We're gonna use this tiny, tiny, tiny brush just for a sketch. I just want to play around with this. We're gonna start with our pink. We're gonna use our Utrecht pink here. Omizu doesn't like reviewers, or he doesn't like amateur reviewers. I mean, there's a very low bar to reviewing though. It's not like there's a college for reviews. So how do you even determine who's an amateur and who's not? That's my question for Omizu. How do you determine who's an amateur and who's not? So let's go like this. We're going to go down right here. Now let me think a little bit about this first. So this is going to take up one. Let's see, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to take up 1/5 of the space. So let's see, 1/5. 1/5 would be like 1/5. Be a center here, and then boom. So this would probably be 1/5 of the space. So we're going to bring this down right here, and we're going to come up like that. Draw out our building. This down. How long does it take to start painting? Well, you just witnessed right here. It takes about 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 50 minutes before is how long it takes to start a painting. This is the real painting of the day, okay? Everything else is just pretending to be an artist. This is the real painting of the night. Let's do some real painting. Alright, so we're going to come up here. I think the tree is ultimately going to make this disappear, so that's cool. We're going to go let the tree do the work. And I have another building. Have like a parallel geometric design here. I'm going to let this just fall back a little bit. This will be a cool geometric design. Anybody can do a review, but as far as it being a decent review is another thing. Bar is so high you can barely reach it. Bar for reviews. Like, yeah, I guess so. I guess you gotta do a lot of practice for reviews. Okay. Now let's go, let's see, this one. Well, Mizu has very high standards, everybody. Very high standards. Let's go like this. We're going to come around. And then we're going to paint our tree. Got a little angle here. Let's do some fun trees. These trees are going to come right up into here and make everything disappear right there. Why am I using such a tiny brush? I don't know, I just decided to. This brush doesn't really cut it as far as, you know, trying to get the most paint down in like an efficient way of painting. Why not? So this is my palette. I'm just gonna scrape paint off this because look at the hole. Look at the giant hole. Like I'm the type of person that would like blame myself. Like, what did I do to cause this hole, right? Like that would be my question. I wouldn't blame it on Winsor & Newton. But, you know, at least the first time. But if it's like 5 tubes in a row, I'll only take the blame so much, Winsor & Newton, okay? I will only take the blame so many times before I have to be like, yo, you did something wrong, bro. You did something wrong, not me. Winsor & Newton with their easy hole tubes. And I'm probably not the first person to complain, which means, you you know, it's probably not going to get fixed because I imagine at least 100 people have complained about how easy their tubes get their holes. Bring back pig bladders. That's right. We need pig bladders because they're heavy duty. All right, now let's see. Right here, we're gonna go. These trees, we're gonna have a design here. So, oh yeah, so this is kind of like a natural. This is really like a natural thing here. It's a natural. Let's go right around here. Where's the halfway point? The halfway point's right there. So 1, 2, 1. That's about the third. So the first third is going to be these two sections. So let's just mark the thirds where we want the thirds to be. So the thirds right around there. So every 10 inches or so. No, this is 40. So the third's going to be right around here and here. So we're going to mark a third. That'll take up about a half of a third and another third like right here. So then we're going to mark this piece right here. Nice tree right there. Mizu seems upset about some reviewers lately. What's on your mind, Mizu? Who hurt you recently? Who upset you? Let's talk about our feelings. How am I feeling right now? I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying this painting. So far, I've had a great painting day, great painting session. I want to bring this out just a little bit further, just to make it a little bit off-center. We're going to bring this just a little bit past, but not quite. You know, I can make it a little bigger than easily. Let's talk about our feelings. I'm feeling good today. We're feeling good. Alright, so bring that around. And then how does this come around? This is going to come around like so. So it's going to get bigger and bigger. Just drawing out how our tree is going to look. And let's get some more pink, people. Why am I designing with pink? It's not, you know, something too specific, just like the idea. I'm designing with pink. So here we go. We're gonna have a big pile of bushes. So let's go like this. This. Fill up about the second fifth. That's going to be about the halfway point. So halfway point, this should come around to the halfway point. You can go a little below the halfway point. This doesn't need to be overly accurate. Because I'm never going to show anybody the reference photo, which means whatever I paint here, people are just going to be like, oh, that looks good. If you're painting landscapes, never show the reference photo. Because otherwise, people will always just spend all day judging your reference photo, how close you are, rather than actually wondering if, you know, rather than just enjoying your painting. Is that actual, like, good advice? I don't know. Sketching out, sketching. I just want to get the major areas. I'm not like, you know, we're not getting overwhelmed by this here. Okay. Let's go cut this. And you know, I want to do, let's do a row of this thing, whatever this is, just a row of like bushes here. So we're going to do a row of bushes, and that's going to be the top of the bushes until it comes right here. And it's going to disappear. Bush is going to disappear right here. And then the top of the bushes is going to come around and like, and then just totally come around like so. And then we're going to bring some reds, draw some, let's section out our plants here. So we're going to section out our plants. Then we're going to get one big purple plant right here. Honestly, I could probably just start right now, but still want to section out some of our plants a little bit. I'm going to do a nice little section of plants right here. And a nice other big section of plants right here. Let's get this down right there. This tree's going. Let's see if we can get some tree limbs, just so we can make more sense of this area right here. So we're gonna come down from these trees and bring the limbs down right next to our thing right here. So another limb right there. Maybe get some bushes in the background. Let's throw some bushes in the background all the way around. So we're gonna go, this is the treetop, right? Okay, so we're gonna go bush right there, bush, 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 bush. Why do I keep saying bush? Because we're drawing bushes. Alright, so we're gonna come around. And this is actually gonna curve. This is an important detail to help. So this is an important detail. You probably go like right there. And then let's get this, let's get some important details right here. Let's go like this. You know what, that's good. That needs to go up to the half point. Let's go a little bit further with this. We're gonna go push this out to about the halfway point. Just sketching stuff out right now. Pretty loose. Am I paint only what I could see kind of painter? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, if I can't see it, I probably won't make it up. Yes, I am a painter, not an artist. A painter of scenes, not an artiste. All I know how to do is paint things that I see. So we're gonna go like this. I don't understand what these bushes are, but you know, I'm gonna go like this. Bring that down. I'm a painter of things. Let's go like this. And let's see, how much more can we section off here? So we got this. We got come with a little section right here. What am I making up? I'm just throwing down areas of color here. So that. We got a little rose bush right here. 3 little roses. And then right here. And the rest of this is just going to be green. It's not a dig at or a put down. Dig. You're not digging at me? What? Unacceptable, Amizu. That's what you're here for. It's the only reason why you're here. So you can troll me. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's go do the real painting now. And this is going to be called A Day at the Getty. My Day at the Getty. We're going to use some of my new brushes, part of the Richard Schmidt collection. So if you don't know who Richard Schmidt is, he teamed up with Rosemary & Co. So Richard Schmidt teams up with Rosemary & Co. to do a brush collection. Now, who is Richard Schmidt, you might ask? If you need to know, you probably need, if you have to ask, then you probably should know. Richard Schmidt, highly esteemed and respected alla prima artist, painter. So this is his book, Alla Prima 2, Everything I Know About Painting and More. And this is, as you can tell, Richard Schmidt is a highly talented artist, and he shares so much in his book. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I'm just going to flip through the pages. And I will say that although there's a lot of text, it's very interesting, right? Because he writes like, someone who's just trying to really just share his ideas rather than, trying to like prove his theories on art or anything like that. It's just super casual writing, and it's just easy to read. And he has a collection of brushes on Rosemary & Co. And like you can get an idea of who this artist was or is. His art still lives, so you can still get an idea of what his art is about. And I lost my page because I folded the thing back, but anyway, really good book. I've probably only finished about half of it, but amazingly talented artist, very well known, one of those Schmid level painters. Yeah, so you don't know, now you know. But he has a collection of brushes on Rosemary & Co. And I believe he probably used Rosemary & Co. quite a lot. So let's play with some of his brush ideas. I want to start with, you know what I should just do? Let's go test out our Williamsburg. Now, Omizu earlier was talking about Williamsburg. I got this teeny tiny little set of Williamsburg paints. Schmid level paint, yeah. Oh, Schmid, I don't know. Maybe I think I get your joke. But teeny tiny little not for resale pack of Williamsburg. And honestly, I might be defiling this paint because this paint's probably still a little bit wet and like sticky. But let's just go with it. Let's just layer it on top and just see what happens. So I'm actually going to, I don't really have space for this beautiful, beautiful paint color. So your Williamsburg paints are actually quite pricey. So I'm a little bit more precious with this. Like as you can tell, I just squeezed out a little bit. You know, you saw it just a moment ago. But look at this. Oh, let me just show you the color before I ruin it, before I desecrate the color. Okay. So that was King's Blue. This is a really difficult blue to achieve with a regular palette. This blue right here, this beautiful little like just a little dab of blue. And that is a really challenging blue to achieve because it's like the perfect shade of just like the sky light blue. But you know, when you try to mix it, right? Like if you try to mix it with ultramarine or you know like a cerulean blue or you know whatever however much you need to however much time you need to spend mixing with this blue, it's not easy unless you get the exact you know light blue color. This pigment, I call it a baby blue, but they probably had to make up a name like royal blue. But you know the paint itself, I mean my tactile senses and my chemical tests are not really refined, so I don't know as far as like the constitution of the oil to pigment ratio. And I got that as a gift, actually. Williamsburg paint is a paint that I got as a gift from somebody. So let's just go, you know, straight from the tube here. Just gonna, and what's great about colors like those is that, like, you know, it's straight from the tube. I don't have to mix other colors. I know there's some artists I like see these conversations on comments on like Facebook, and it's like, you know, you get made fun of for everything as an artist, right? There's so much to be made fun of that you just got to really be your own artist. Because, you know, when I first started painting, I would read these comments, and it's like, the best way to paint is to just get, if you really want to be an artist, you got to learn how to mix red, yellow, and blue, because you get every color with red, yellow, and blue. Those are the only colors you need. If you need any other colors, then you're not knowing enough about colors. And like I go into these like Facebook comments, and they're like, why does this artist have so many different colors? What, they can't mix red, yellow, and blue? And by the way, these artists that they're making fun of and they're commenting on are actually pretty successful. And you know, the thing is I find it's like funny. It's like, you know, yesterday I was in my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, and you're like, you know, there's stuff that they teach the white belts that, you know, once you actually get into like technique and practical using it, it kind of has to go out the window. And you know, I find it funny to think that, like, you know, I think very few not master artists, but very few even skilled artists can actually match this blue within a reasonable amount of paint, right? Without using like tons and tons of paint to like mix and stir until you finally get the right pigment. So yeah, I think it's important to mix pigment, to know how to mix color and to be able to find this color. But if you're going to be economical, I mean, sometimes it's really challenging to mix just the perfect shade. And, you know, sometimes if you have lots of paints, you don't need to buy 50 tubes of red or 50 tubes of blue. Sometimes it helps to just have, like, you know, maybe 2 tubes of ultramarine blue, 2 tubes of a baby blue, you know, all the different colors. But this is just me ranting and rambling about some of the funny people that you see online in their comments. Because it's just like, you know, who cares? Just if the guy wants a bunch of tubes of different types of blues and he doesn't want to mix it himself, or maybe he can't mix it, so what? Like, you know what? Make fun of him. I don't know. So we're just gonna leave this. We're just gonna go with this blue and just put it straight on. We're just gonna do some designs. We're gonna get very like, let's get painterly with this. We're gonna paint over into this section. Let the blue just manifest itself. I don't mind if it gets a little bit what's that, mixed with the stuff underneath. But I just want to play around with this, like this more painterly style of like going with brush strokes. And this blue is absolutely beautiful. If there was any blue that I bought in a that I would like just totally buy just to have, it would be this King's Blue by Williamsburg. Mises says I'm not legitimate. All right, fine, whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go into here, and let's see. Let's go. Just because I say it, by the way, people, doesn't mean it's true. Just because I said it, like, doesn't mean that it's the way it should be. Go decide for yourself. Go onto Facebook comments about other artists. Go look at these comments and see how ridiculous some people are. And you tell me whether some people's expectations are ridiculous or not. Don't take my word for it. I'm even going to go out and say this, so Mizu's going to be very upset, but I'm going to say, don't even take his word for it. Don't take my word for it. Don't take Omizu's word for it. Just pretend like I don't even exist. Don't take his word. Don't take my word. Just go read some Facebook comments. Go read some advice on Reddit. Go read some advice on Reddit. Go take advice from the 17-year-old anime artist who can barely draw a face, and see what they have to say about how you should go about your artistic endeavors. And I'm only calling out these 17-year-old. And by the way, I'm only saying 17 because I don't actually know how old these people are on Reddit. It's supposed to be fairly anonymous. But I say 17 because sometimes you go to their pages and they share this art, and it's very clearly someone who's not even out of high school. And I'm not trying to make fun of young artists, but I'm just saying, like, it's an anonymous place. You got to be cognizant of who you're taking advice from. And it is pretty ridiculous. I'm like satirizing the ridiculousness of getting wisdom from the internet, from places like Reddit, because you don't always know who you're getting advice from, and sometimes it's a person that you would never listen to in real life because they have no clue. They don't even know anything about what you're trying to do, and therefore, like, I'm not saying 17-year-olds don't know anything. Right? I'm just saying the people that don't know anything don't know anything. 17-year-olds know a lot. There's a lot of really, really, really talented young artists, young painters. But as far as Reddit goes, I always have to clarify myself because I know someday these words can be used against me in some way. When on Reddit, be discerning of who you're getting advice from, especially when it's like really critical advice. Is it somebody that you're actually going to listen to? Is it actually somebody who, like, is it a 17-year-old that, like, does art as, like, a fine craft, or is it a 17-year-old that, just started drawing anime and they just want to give their opinion? I'm not, again, yes. There's some talented young artists out there. I'm just gonna go across with this blue and let's just paint into this sky and just give it like a nice, like, expressive feel. Just gonna come in here. Let's go into here. Let's go right here. Let's bring this up. It's getting in the way of this upper painting here. Let's go like this. We're just gonna paint down. Bring a nice chunk of blue down. Go up with it. Let's go straight up and down. Create this edge with a nice, like, design. But see, at least I think Amizu and I can agree on this live stream that social media comments are trash. Really, really, they are. But, you know, to that extent, what I was saying was exactly that. I mean, you know, depending on who you get your advice from, it's so funny, the internet, how much not only bad advice there is, but like, you know, advice coming from people that you might never actually listen to in real life or ever like, you know, if you wouldn't pay, if you see someone's, you know, someone's portfolio and you wouldn't actually pay for their advice, then, you know, don't take it. But if you would, then take it. Especially, you know, if they've offered it up onto Reddit. But it just baffles me how much advice people like actually take on Reddit from people that they never, I don't know, that you can't even see what they paint or what kind of art they make. Like, I get it for like subjective matters, like if you're talking about like relationships, you know, relationship advice, or, you know, self-help or guidance, but art is such a visual thing. You can't explain art really with just words. I mean, you could try, but it like at some point you got to pull out the mobile device and like show the art. I should stop ranting about Reddit and actually just paint. So I'm going for some effects here, like some little cloud effects. I don't usually paint like this. But since I have the Richard Schmidt brushes and they're pretty much like all like 50% flat brushes, I really don't use flat brushes that much. But he has like 50% flat brushes, so I feel like I have to go for the effects of Richard Schmidt. And what do I mean by the effects? Let's actually study a Richard Schmidt painting real quick and explain what I'm going for, even if I might not be working out. Maybe it is working out. I don't know. But if you look at enough Richard Schmidt paintings, you could see a lot of the effects of like, you know, his brushwork is just very brushy, right? Super artistic, super beautiful. You know, he's got 50 years, he had like 60, 70 years of mastery, right? So, you know, of course he's going to make some beautiful brushwork. And as you see some of his paintings, I think this is a good example right here, these flowers. So if you look at these flowers, you could tell that he uses a lot of flat brushes. You know, you can see that these petals aren't rounded, right? Like they're flat. They have these flat edges on these flowers. And, you know, if I was to do a painting, I might sketch it out. I might sketch out the petal first and then like kind of fill it in with paint. But Richard Schmidt, I've seen one video of Richard Schmidt ever. I don't think he published any videos. But Richard Schmidt, on this one video, I think he takes like, he gave like 10 minutes between putting down a brush stroke. And I think that's how precise he is. Very different from how I paint, but obviously he's a master, so it doesn't matter how I paint. It really is like, how did Richard Schmidt paint? Is what I'm analyzing here. But look at this. You know, all of his brush work, right? Very brushy, very loose around the edges and everything. Very loose, beautiful, use of color. He doesn't even fill all the space. Like, I usually fill all my space, but he just kind of loosely had this like color underneath. And, you know, I'm already at a loss there. I can't copy that, but, you know, just his brushwork, you can tell he uses a lot of flat brushes, right? Just his brushwork, just one brush stroke there, a quick brush stroke there. Nice little brush stroke there that fades into the hair, right? Look at this collar right here on this doll. Very, very flat brush. You can tell it just ends with a flat brush there. So when I say I'm analyzing Richard Schmidt and going for it, I'm not copying exactly his style. I think it would take me probably about, I don't know, 50 years. If Richard Schmidt was still alive and I took classes under him and like studied under him like day after day, it might take me 10 years to master. But since he's not alive and I only have this book and he doesn't have any videos out, you know, it would probably take me about 50 years to really try to get a feel for how his work is. But in the meantime, I'm not going exactly for Richard Schmidt. Just getting a feel for what these brush strokes mean, right? Like, how does he achieve some of these, some of these very loose? How does he make it so loose yet so beautiful, right? Let's look at that. But anyway, that's what I'm focused on right now. And of course, even this is a monochrome, monochrome loose sketch by Richard, which means, he had a very loose painting, very thin paint. So this is already totally different, but what I am looking at is, going for these like really quick, detailed brush movements to capture an idea. That's what I'm aiming for. Just to play with that idea would be enough for me for this evening. But let's even go with, even after 30 years of painting, there's still so much to learn. You had to actually search out and study the material that you want to learn. You're unable to just Google it. You wish you could have. Also, you never taken a painting class in your life. What? Omizu has never taken a painting class in his life? Wow. Not even an online class? Even I've taken online class. Well, yeah, my entire intro to painting was all online. All right, so we're moving a little bit away from our baby blue, and we're gonna add a little bit of yellow, a little bit of white, and just that baby blue. And I want to capture some of the highlights. So let's go right into here. Let's go. Let's just see if we can do a little bit of Richard Schmitting. I want to keep this fairly loose. Just go into our space here, and just really stay pretty loose, and just try to capture some of the variety of like color here without getting too serious. I'm not taking any of these sections too seriously. And when I say like not serious, as in like, I'm not trying to create a dense paint section here. Just some nice brush strokes. That's what we're going for. Just nice brush work. And we'll see how this turns out. I feel like if I actually had a lesson from Richard, this might turn out totally different. The way I'm laying these down. But, I'm just going by what my own observation of his work is, and coming up with my own, interpretation of it. So that's what I'm trying to do with these brush strokes. And maybe this entire painting, I might try that. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have the confidence to copy Richard Schmidt's style just yet. I wouldn't say that I'd be able to totally achieve it. And already my painting is like way off from his style, because he would do a very loosely toned, underpainting. And, for me, I already covered the entire canvas. I'm crazy with paint. Like, you would think I'd have infinite paint because I just cover the whole canvas, just top to bottom, tons and tons of paint. You would think that I'd have infinite amounts of paint, which I don't. But definitely Richard was, I think he's much more, not conservative with paint, but like much more specific. Therefore, he'd create these beautiful things, whereas, for me, I'm just, why am I comparing myself to Richard? Is there even a point in that? Is there even a point in comparing yourself to somebody who spent 70 years mastering a craft? Is there? Probably not, right? And let's see. Only time will tell on this painting whether these effects have a good effect or a bad effect. What I'm really trying to do with these like highlights is just give it this like extra little like flare in the sky. All right, and now let's get into this building. How do we paint this building here? So this building is going to have a shadow on one side. So let's go. go with a different brush. Or actually, maybe we could keep going with our greens. Let's go with a green on this. Let me find some greenery here. I want to find some yellow greens. So let me grab our yellow, mix in our green here. And actually a little bit more yellow. Maybe a little bit of yellow. Need a bit of olive, so let's grab this sienna, burnt sienna here. Let's see how this starts to look as we build up our colors into here. We're gonna go. Maybe this should be for the underside here, so we're just gonna go. Let's just build this color in here. You have been to a live painting session though, right, Omizu? Like, you have. I've taken lots of painting classes. But mostly digital art, which the one thing digital art doesn't teach you is how to use a brush. How to use a real live brush that has paint on it. Okay, so we're gonna go. Let's go dabs of color here. Up, up. Dabs of color here. We're just going to come around. Just want to lay these colors down. Burnt sienna into this. I think burnt sienna is also really good at creating like an olive green. Let's get some shadow. Let's go right into here. We're gonna go boom, boom. Our nature here. Nature. The nature of things. Let's try to find some bright greens. Well, we can actually start to play down here. Little dabs of yellow. Let's go like into here. This is where we can start with our yellows. find a little. Let's find some of these. Let's bring in some burnt sienna down here. Just a little bit. Mises says, yeah, 30 years of painting, still so much to learn. Exactly. You know, you just never stop learning, never stop developing ideas, never just keep going. You know, it's that's the one good thing about art, which is why I think art appeals to a lot of people. Is like, you know, sports. You know, sports, like if you're not like you know, if by the end of high school or like college, you're not quite like the most talented athlete, you're really probably not going to, you know, do very well in it. But I think with art, and by the way, I think that you can become a great athlete if you know, commit the time, dedicate the time to it. If you want to, like, you know, if after high school you're like, hey, I want to be a pro tennis player or golfer. I think if you have the time to commit all the time to do that, you can. I'm a believer in that's possible, you know, for a lot of things, not everything, but I think art is one of those things that, you know, you really can turn into a lifetime of joy, a lifetime of creativity, painting, sculpting, you know, any of these things. Lifetime. Just learning, adapting, understanding, creating, and it's fantastic. And I think that appeals to a lot of people, right? That's, I mean, that, I could say that's one of the reasons why it appeals to me. It's one of those things that you can just probably do forever. Until you can't. You do it until you can't. Let's go grab our yellows here. Deepen it with this burnt sienna. I want a burnt sienna yellow. Let's go to these trees here. See how we can build these colors and make it look interesting. I wonder if I could just do it with all these crossing brush shapes. If that's even possible to make this entire, you know, I feel like it would just be too visually boring if I just did it with all these crossing brush, these like crisscrossing brush shapes. But maybe we'll have some good results. We'll see. That's what experimentation's about, right? Use these highlighter yellows combined with our and it's actually turning out. I actually, you know what? I can say that it's turning out okay. These are actually doing pretty well. This little yellow section here. I think the colors are very vibrant. So happy with what's happening. And this is just the crisscross effect. By the way, Richard Schmidt, he's got a great book, but I think this is also a great book. Let's talk about another book to learn painting. And it's Oil Painting for Dummies. And there's like so much information. There's online resources. There's learning about oils and all the colors that you need and how they work together. And let's see, what is this about Van Dyke Brown? Slowest dryers, Van Dyke Brown, Ivory, Lamp, Emerald. Okay, so there's so much about painting in here that's just fantastic. There's so much that you can glean from this book. All sorts of different techniques and methods and strategies and ways to paint, getting critique, how you do your paint strokes and brush strokes and everything together. And it's just a fantastic book and resource for getting started with painting. It's just amazing. I really like this book. And I think the best books aren't books that tell you a specific technique that you have to do. I think the best books are the ones that tell you, hey, you can do this technique, and then there's this way and then that way, and at the end of the day you're gonna ultimately decide for yourself what you think looks best. And this is just a great way to learn how to get started with painting. It goes over faces, all these different things. And I know nobody likes to be called a dummy, and nobody wants to look like a dummy. But, as far as resources go, if I want to get started on anything and start research on anything, I actually trust any of the dummies books to be some of the, most not densely, but most trustable resources that actually help you to learn things in a time-effective way, condensed and easy to read. Just look at all the separation text, right? It just makes it so easy to consume all these little projects that you can do, and it's great. I love it. I love Oil Painting for Dummies. Alright. Look like a dummy, then later on you won't actually be a dummy. Learn it all so that you're well-rounded. Yeah, alright. Learn it all, baby. Learn it all. Learn everything you can while you still can. Let me see, we're going to try to find... I'm trying to think how I make these random branches stick out, but not make it lose its overall form here, because I feel like if I don't do it the right way, it kind of loses its shape. The design starts to get muddied and look less cohesive. So that's what I'm thinking of right now. That's the thing I'm working on. We're gonna need some more yellow, so let's grab more. Where's that yellow that I used? I had a Lucas, right? It was a Lucas yellow. Let me try to find the Lucas yellow. Nope, that's white. There we go. So it's the Lucas yellow that we were using. Lucas 1862 yellow. Oh, time to not change the bet. Did it beep up again? No, I think that was my bird. Because Russell, if you weren't here earlier, I changed the battery just for Dave, okay? Just for Dave. I changed the battery. And I think the only thing now is my bird. I think it's my bird chirping. Yeah, that's my bird just now. If that's what you're talking about. That's my bird, bro. It's the bird. If it was a smoke detector, Laura would have to mute the stream. Yeah, so earlier, I don't know, I changed my battery earlier just for Dave because he said it was the smoke alarm. And I feel like earlier it was a smoke alarm, but I don't think it is now because I just changed the battery like less than an hour ago. Let's go like this. So we're just going to keep building up this yellow here. Just going to build up this yellow. You know, I am noticing something about this yellow is that the blue from our previous blue actually spread a little better. The blue from our King's Blue from Williamsburg spread a little bit better. And I like this crisscross effect when you don't fully paint over any specific area, but you just kind of like let the brush. I don't think this is the same thing as scumbling, but you know, just letting the brush loosely brush over a certain area with a thick amount of paint. I think it creates a lot of like it's a very like bright color combination that starts to permeate throughout the painting. But yeah, Russell, Laura, welcome. Thank you for jumping in. Hope you've all had a creative. It's Friday. It's Friday, people. And I don't know. I don't have anything planned for tonight except to paint. Although I don't know. I might take a break soon because I've been going for a little while, but we'll see. We'll see how much I can push myself. Maybe we'll push ourselves to extremes, right? Let's do a 48-hour paint session and see what happens. No, I'm not gonna do that. Maybe one day it's like a little YouTube gimmick. We shall see. Let's go ahead and grab this green, and we want to bring this yellow into our green here. More yellow into our green. And we're going to go, let's just bring some of these colors into here. I'm going to go, this will be like a highlighter, like mid-green, so that, you know, the yellows don't over-dominate our space here. And, you know, I was earlier talking about Richard Schmidt. I don't think he would ever leave as ugly of a streak of paint like that. So I feel like I have to loosen. So I dip it in a little bit of mineral spirit, just see what happens when I try to spread it with that. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Little crisscross spreading action here. Sounds like fun. Not so creative yet. You have a project you've been delaying. Tonight might be the night. All right. There we go. Tonight is the night. Can you fill us in on some details? Can you give us a preview of what is to be premiered on the Laura Des Art channel? Are you gonna live stream it? Can you? No pressure there, you know. Just what is on the premiere of the Laura Des channel? No, not streaming, nothing. You got headaches? Yeah. Art is life. Art is life. Let's go down in here. We're going to start painting into the... Oops. Oh, I've lost... how did I get white here? There's not supposed to be any white there. So let's go... Let's see if we can darken this with our ultramarine blue here. This white is not supposed to be here, but maybe we just leave it just because. Honestly, a little bit of white would be actually helpful because it will capture some of the light that's peeping through some of these trees. There you go, time-lapse audio. Thinking creatively. All right. Yeah, streaming, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like the opportunity, I just love the idea of, artists. I mean, I know some people don't like it. I see a lot of like people write, oh, I don't like having to, make content and be an artist. I just want to be an artist. I see a lot of comments like that, and I don't know, it just blows my mind because I love making the content. I love being able to share the process and the ideas and all that. It's fun. It's fun. It's great. It's wonderful. All right, let's get into these buildings. These buildings are going to tie up the top half here. So I should, let's start to wrap up this. Clean off this brush here. Is it concentration, trying to keep up with chat and switching from one thing to another? You like posting your work, but recently someone took one of your paintings through an AI, presented along to 2 others. She's done the same too. No credit yet. Sucks. So how'd you actually find out? Because I know there's one website, by the way. I'd have to find the name of it, but it actually like scans the whole internet for repeats. Anybody that's reposted your art. Remind me, and if I can find the name of that website, I will share with you. But there's a free version and then there's a paid version. So the free version like limits how many searches it'll do a month, but it'll notify you as soon as you get a new upload of work that's like yours. But I feel like if they changed it with AI, it might be a little bit more difficult to actually find. So I am curious. Oh yeah, so Mizu, it sounds like you'd be interested in that technology. If I could find it and remember, I will totally share it with you later. Oh, it's a fan group. it's for a musician. Oh, no way. So here's a question. Did you at least get a chance to post your art in that group first? Or were they like super popular and you, at that point, you had to defend that it was your work? I need some ochres. Let's find my yellow ochre here. These all need to go in a different area. They should not be going where all my paints are. Otherwise it gets too cluttered here. Here we go, we got a nice ochre. So back to our paint tube use. Our little tube key, very helpful in various situations. But sometimes when you're nearing the end of a tube, you want to get the most out of it. You got to use, I think the best one is these, the ones with the actual like rollers. If you get one with a roller. Yeah, that's the other thing too. A lot of AI people, I think, and by the way, I feel like it's not just people that use AI, but I think a lot of people are very lazy when it comes to crediting artists, or that maybe they're scared. Like, they're like, they use somebody else's art and they share it, and like if they credit, then they have to either remove it or somebody goes after them, whatever. But that's the minimum I try to do. Like, even if someone just loosely inspired me, I usually credit them. Or even if I like do a certain style of painting, I credit the book or whatever. But yeah, totally. I mean, as Mizu's saying, as AI starts to come together, just keep an eye out. We're gonna need it more than ever for people to be in tune with each other's artworks. So we're gonna go. Let's grab an even smaller brush here. Let's grab. So this is going to be the first time I'm using one of these brushes. So this is a red dot from Rosemary & Co. You can see it's still pretty fresh. Still got the glue on it. The glue's still there. So, usually you're supposed to run this under hot water. I don't always do that. I think you got to run it under hot water, but I'm not. Just kind of pull it apart and dip it in my oil a little bit just to get it nice and juicy, prepared for a nice oil painting session. let's see. This building is going to be in shadow, so let's good shadow color. Yeah, okay, we can go like that. So we're going to come down. So I've started using Adobe Firefly, and what I think I want to do with it, my next project with Adobe Firefly, I'm gonna take images of my own paintings, and so Adobe Firefly is a free app, and I wish I could demo it now, but I've used up all my credits. But actually, you know what? Let me just see if I could share a little quick demo real quick. Let's do a Adobe Firefly demo real quick. If you don't know what Adobe Firefly is, it comes with your Adobe membership if you have an Adobe membership. If you don't, then you don't. But so no, Firefly, I think you get like there's a demo, but then there's so let's go like this. So Adobe Firefly, I have I have Adobe. I mean, I feel like how does not every artist have Adobe? I feel like that's just like the most common, just like a must-have. You don't have Adobe at all, Omizu, and you do digital art? I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just curious. How does one have a how can you have a practice without Adobe? Let me see if I can do a demo here. How many points do I have? Ooh, my credits just renewed today. Oh, Krita, I see. Okay. I used Krita when I first started. All right, so let's actually do this. So this is Adobe Firefly. Just a quick little demo. A little Adobe Firefly. And I have 4,000 credits. I'm a member, so I get a new credits every month. Now let me see if I have a painting that I can actually put into here. So I go here and I go to like generate. I want to generate a video. So I'm going to go generate. And usually this says describe it, but I'm going to upload an image of one of my paintings here. So let me find it. So I go down to keyframes. Pretty easy. And let me see. So I upload my first frame. You can read that. So I upload a frame, photos and videos, and let me see. Let's do a painting that we did. Let's do this painting that I just did of my cat. All right, so I just uploaded this painting that I did of my cat, and honestly, I think it's cropped. So here we go. So I'm only gonna use that as the keyframe, and what do I want to do with it? Prompt: make it as if the black cat silhouette came to life. And other features, okay, I'm gonna delete that. And now let's see, I just make it as if the black cat silhouette. We got our keyframe, which is that. I wanted to do this a little while ago. Let me set my settings to be the highest quality. I want the highest quality generation because I don't want too many. How do I do the highest quality? General. I want 1080p. So I'm setting this to 1080p, 1080p resolution, aspect ratio, vertical, perfect, okay. And let's make it as if the black cat silhouette came to life. So let's do it. Boom. Did it work yet? Okay, here we go. Generating video. Generating video. Let's see how long this takes. I can only do 5-second videos with Adobe Firefly. I haven't really figured out how to make the best of it. I feel like if I actually had a video, it could actually do some pretty cool things, but I don't. You know what? I should put in a video. I should see what it could do to a video in a moment here. All right, it takes a while because it's 1080p. So I'm just gonna put this to the side. Oh, here we go. All right, let's see what happens. So let's just see. I want to make actually a movie out of this, like multi-second movie. Let's see how it goes. So I just press the play button here. That's hilarious. That's actually pretty decent. Wow. All right. And you know what? I'm gonna take this frame and turn it into another frame. Let's see. Let's go. I really just want this last frame. All right, let me download this. And I just want to screenshot that last frame. I want to make a story out of this. Like, see how I can only do, what's 5? I can only do 5 of these because it uses up how many credits. I can only do 8 of these videos at a time because of how many credits I have. But let me see. Let me get this video, get the final frame of it. Get this final frame. All right, now let's make another video from that one frame. So we're going to do the keyframe. And then we're going to take this. Whoops. Change that. Change the frame of it. Nope. I want a different photo. First frame. Let's do this. So we're going to use this as a frame pretty much from our last video. And let's see where this story takes us. Yeah, I mean, it's actually really hard to define. So if I do 480p or whatever, I can do about 40 videos. But if I do 1080p, the highest quality, I can only get about 8 because of quality. So let's see. Yeah, you can see here, premium, right? You got 100 credits per 540, 250 per 720, and 500. So 5 times as much depending on the quality of the video. But let me see. What someone want to throw out? I know some people are very anti-AI, so like if you don't want to throw out an idea, but if you want to throw out an idea, where does this cat go on an adventure? Make this. Where should this cat end up? Where should he end up? Make this cat go on an adventure outside the window into a fantasy medieval world. Let's see what that comes up with. they're not really. I think Firefly, as far as like getting the prompts right, is not as good as the as other ones. But we'll see. All right, so make this cat go on an adventure outside through a window. Through a window into a fantasy medieval world with really beautiful buildings and people and lots of people. Futuristic fantasy medieval world with really beautiful buildings and lots of people. So that's what we're gonna do. Make this cat go on an adventure outside through a window in a futuristic fantasy medieval world with really beautiful buildings and lots of people. I definitely could have painted myself, but you know it's I'm not, again, I'm just demoing Adobe Firefly. I'm not like trying to say that I can make anything that I couldn't. Although, you know, some things might take a while to make. But I plan on actually putting these videos all together into one long video. All right, so we're generating video number 2. So let's go ahead and put this to the side, and I'm just gonna stand here and stare at something. I mean, you know, AI, whatever. It's AI. It's around. But I will say the painting of my cat, that's actually pretty good. I wouldn't deny, like, I wouldn't come up with that myself. I would have made it totally different. All right, so we got our next video starting with the blast keyframe. I mean, honestly, this looks like a pretty good painting. You can actually see they even added like little details and stuff. So let's watch the video. Let's see where it goes. Whoa, now that's pretty cool. Wow. But all it is looking at a painting. Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that. That's actually pretty beautiful. Now this is when AI gets tricky, is because, you know, you assume that the AI stole this. And it's also not what I wanted. I wanted the AI to jump out the window. So I'm going to give this a thumbs down because it didn't go outside the window. Note, I wanted the cat to exit, wanted the cat to go outside. So let's take this screenshot. We're going to take this. And download the video. We're going to take this video. I don't know why it didn't make the black cat going outside the window. All right, so let's add this keyframe. And the other thing, it's not safe for cats to go out. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's true. All right. I'm gonna take this photo, and I'm gonna use that as a keyframe. I'm gonna have a black cat go explore. You're right. That's some good thinking. Maybe they were trying to prevent the proliferation of outdoor cats. What could we do? How do we expand this fantasy universe? Expand this scene with move the camera. What's the word? Roll the camera forward. What's the camera movement? It's not panning, it's not tilting, it's not rolling. Is it just rolling forward? Move the camera forward into the crowd and make it so the crowd is moving around the camera. Let's see what happens now. I'm gonna do 5 more of these because I want to actually make an entire video of this, according to Adobe Firefly. Crowd is moving around the camera. I'm pretty primitive with my descriptions, though. I think as far as the challenge is knowing how to like get the AI to do what you want, and I think Firefly is probably one of the weaker ones, especially when it comes to making video. Because if you want to make video, like it has to come up with so many things in a matter of 5 seconds, like make up so much. So I haven't figured out like really how to get Firefly to do its job. I mean, I think it does a good job of like making cartoons. I've seen it do other things. Like if I do a really, really bad sketch and have Adobe Firefly make a movie out of it, let's try that actually. Omizu, you have any images that you want me to? Oh, have you done that? You did the animation yourself, didn't you? Oh, here's the video. Let's see. So let's see how it goes. Adobe Firefly demo. Oh wow, look at that. Okay, cool. So the camera moves in and people start doing things. Not bad. Not bad. You know, I'm gonna take this video and I want to make it so aliens start invading. Yeah, well, hey, Omizu, if you want, I have a few credits left. Send if you want to, if you have the moment, if you want me to do it, Instagram me. Send me on Instagram a photo that you want me to plug in, and tell me what you want as the transformation. But you gotta do it before I run out of credits, which is I have like maybe 4 or 5 videos left of credits. Up to you. You don't have to, but just offering it. I want to make aliens invade. Make aliens invade this scene as people look up into the sky. Tilt the camera up to capture the wild alien invasion. I mean, it doesn't have to be too serious. I mean, these are, I'm not trying to get too serious with my credits, you know, like, if you just want to see what happens. Again, like, this is pretty chill right now. So we're testing out Adobe Firefly. It seems like I think Adobe Firefly would do really well at turning, you know, little sketches into caricatures. So let me see what I could do. Maybe I could go find one of my drawings and see what they could do with one of my drawings here. Right, let's find the drawing pattern. right, let's see how this alien invasion goes with Adobe Firefly. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Look at these alien invasions here. Let's see. These aliens are wild. They're just spawning in thin air. Now, I'm pretty sure there's probably lots and lots of artists that won't reveal that they're doing this, but they're actually using AI to come up with stuff like this. Like, I'm sure if I wasn't demonstrating this and I painted this, someone would be like, "Whoa, how did you come up with that, dude? How did you come up with these really interesting aliens?" And I'd be like, "Oh no, I'm just a genius. You know, I'm just a genius. I love aliens, right?" But you know, obviously everyone already knows, so I can't possibly hide this now. But there's got to be people that are using AI to come up with their references and like just keeping it on download. No one would ever find out. No one would, like, if someone painted this, you would never guess that, like, you know, they based it on an AI sketch. I mean, maybe you could guess if you thought about it enough, but you can't really trust anything anymore, right? Like, you can't really trust any. Like, what artists can you trust? Only the ones that live stream. Can you trust them? Just kidding. All right, let's. We're gonna download this video, and I want to take a drawing. I want to take. Let's see. I want to pick one of these drawings from my. I'd be worried too, but you know, by the time people realize that, it's probably too late. Probably already sold the drawing. Let's go. See some of my crazy, wacky drawings, sketches and doodles. Let's just take this. I'm gonna take a photo of this and see if I could turn it into a movie. Take a photo of this and turn it into a movie. All right. And after that, I'm actually gonna take a break. How do you know this live stream? You don't know, Russell. I might be AI. I might be AI. How can I even know I'm not AI? I can't even know that I'm not AI. For all I know, I am AI. What if we're all AI already? We're just such advanced AI that we're just trying to recreate ourselves because we realize how valuable we are. Because we realize the value of AI in humanity. All right, so I'm gonna take this drawing right now, all these different little drawings, and we're gonna go with make lifelike 3D renders of the various figures drawn in this image. So let's just see how Adobe Firefly does with that. Other features are not supported using frames. To use other features, remove all frames. Okay, whatever. I don't know what that means, so let's see what happens. You've done some mural paintings where you use reference images taken from the internet. Then you began to see some of those same images elsewhere on the internet and other people's work. Such a letdown to see others use the same references. Yeah. No, that's what I discovered with digital art. Was, okay, so in digital art, I was learning how to photo bash. Photo bashing, for those of you that don't know, is when you take a reference image. So a reference image, let's just say my hand, right? I take a photo of it and I stick it onto my Photoshop, and then I just trace it, paint it, color it, paint over it, and then basically that's it, right? So I'm just like copying my hand but trying to make it look like it was painted. That's pretty much photo bashing. You do that with landscapes, you could do that with creatures, whatever, that's photo bashing. Right, tracing on another layer. But here's where it gets interesting is my mentors would be like, dude, you can't draw, so just trace. If you can't draw it, trace it. So I would like find all these images and I would start tracing them. And I would see how images were the exact traces of another image that I found. And they would just move like an arm. So like, you know, one person would be like this and I would trace that. And then a couple seconds later, I would find another image that was traced in the exact same position, but their arm would be like this. But their head would basically be the same. And that just changed how I looked at digital art forever. You got to be a really unique digital artist for me to be like, okay, or really, 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 really talented. That's why I think if you're not in the top 5 to 10% of digital artists, and I'm not just saying like using AI or not, like if you're gonna use AI, you got to be way really good. But if you're just doing everything like manually, if you're not in the top 5 or 10% of digital artists, and you don't have all the everything 5-10 years of experience, you got a lot of work to do. But let's see. All right, so I said take these images and make 3D renders of them. Let's see how it goes. All right, really didn't do what I said, but so that was okay. It turned it into a movie. Let's try this again. Maybe I have to give it different instructions. Render each of these drawings into a full color, lifelike 3D figure object. So let's go with that. Let's try something else. You really gotta like push your AI. I mean, you know, I think the biggest challenge is knowing how to communicate with the AI. You gotta be like really specific. And you know, have enough experience that you know exactly what to tell it. Otherwise, it probably won't do it. So, just waiting on the next one. So obviously, it's generating the video right now. I love these little creatures that they have. But maybe it works better not as a video, but as like a image. I might try that next. I think the images you can only generate an image. You can't use a reference image. Let me see. We'll test out the image version of this in a few moments. I just got new credits, by the way. I get about 4,000 credits a month, which is awesome. All right, so let's try this again. All right. Still nothing. Still nothing. It has a hard time. I mean, you know, it's able to make it move around and make them move in 3D space, but it's not able to give them form. So it's a hard time giving it form, but this is kind of cool. Whatever. Why not? All right, let's see what we could do with the images. Image generate. Okay. These are supposed to be commercially safe. General. Oh. You know what? I'm not going to do the images because you can only prompt images. I don't want to test out the image prompting. I'd rather base it off my own art so that, you know, people don't get all upset at me for using AI. But anyway, that's that. I'm not going to keep working on this. You got the idea. Anyway, that was our demo of Adobe Firefly. I need to take a quick break, and we'll be back I'll probably be back a little bit, but I'm gonna sign off so that I can have set up another stream. But be back in a little bit. Go check out Omizu's live stream. I'm sure he's gonna stream, and then we'll be back in a little bit. Take care, everybody.